brouhaha. I don't know. All kinds of great people are going to be with us here later this evening on the second part. And the second part does appear to be live at the moment. We've got at least one person in there. So this is an opportunity to just kind of chit-chat back and forth for a little bit, help you get back and forth from stream to stream. And when we get most of the people over there, then I'll turn this off. We'll put a comment bar up here, let people know that we're heading over together. The other version of this, part 2 of all of this, I want you to know it has been so much fun so far being with everyone. We are 7 hours in with another 6 to go, and maybe the after party. Well, we'll see about that. We've got an all-star jam lined up for later this evening, and we're looking at doing and we're going to have the after party is the idea over on the other stream. So I see some of you are making it over there. That is great. Thank you for joining me. Terry Paul says it was easy to change. I'm grateful to hear that, Paul. That's what Terry Paul. That's what we're trying to do here. Make it easy to change for you. So hit one of those links and jump over to the New Thought Media Network page. You should see the second portion of this over on that other stream, easy and effortless, says Paula Langruth Ryan. Thank you, Paula. Abigail Shire's over with us on the new one, and I want to talk about that. Abigail Shire is going to be with us later this evening. She's scheduled to be with us at 7 o'clock Pacific, 8 o'clock Mountain Time, and I'm going to tell you, folks, if there is a woman on fire for New Thought and what this movement can accomplish and how to go about that, that's Abigail Shire. I am really excited to be connecting with her later this evening as well. So what we're going to do here, because I tell you, it's getting pretty interesting trying to watch 2 streams at once and figure out what it is. So let me make a quick change over here. We'll put up a banner on the part 2 stream. I'm going to find the link for that so people know how to get there. And then I'm going to bail out of that one. There it is. And I'm going to kick this. Kick this. We'll leave that like it is. So if you're over on the first stream, folks, you're seeing a blank screen with a dark screen and a link telling you where to head to. I'm going to mute out of that, and you won't be able to hear us over there any longer either. And just really focus my attention now over here on this stream. And I trust you're making that transition over for us. We've got a little bit of time here together, folks, before my next guest chimes in. The amazing Kat Kim is going to be with us. And I wanted to kind of give you a little bit, take this time to give you a little overview on what is going to happen tonight and what's going on from here. We're moving into a jam-packed afternoon and evening in part 2 here. Kat Kim, professional practitioner, is going to share with us. I had a chance to witness her at a recent event back in February, and really excited she's going to be with us. The amazing Patty Rumsa, Reverend Patty Rumsa, is going to be with us. And Patty was in India. She's going to tell us about this, and contracted COVID while she was in India. And so is going to be sharing with us a little bit about that journey, her recovery and what she's doing to recover from that, and the fact that she's now able to donate plasma and is really becoming part of the next cure of whatever it is that we're going to go through here. So I'm really excited to have Patty Rumsa with us as well. Al Yankee, great New Thought musician, is going to be here, and he's going to be here singing some of his songs. He's warming up for Karen Drucker. Karen Drucker is going to follow Al. So a nice big block of music in there. And then we're going to get to hear from one of New Thought's, in my opinion, legends. Reverend Dr. David Ahl is an absolute legend in this movement. There's no question. He does amazing work. Everything he works with turns to absolute gold, well, as far as I can tell. He might have had some failed projects in there. Maybe we'll find out. But he's going to be with us for a while and sharing. Savannah Riker, Reverend Savannah Riker from up in the Seattle area. Great friend, great talent in the world, bright shining light, and she's going to be with us, and she's going to help us to introduce us to a new musician, and I say that kind of sparingly. Kev Choice is somebody I've just heard about. He's been very active in the last few weeks in he's just written an album, Social Distancing, where he collaborated with a huge number of people, and he's going to be with us. We've got a good half-hour set with Kev, so we're going to get to hear some things that perhaps you haven't heard before, but that's part of the process. That's part of why we're here. New Thought Media Network, New Thought Radio, introducing you to the inspiring music of today that maybe you haven't heard of, maybe songs you had of, or artists that you know, and songs you haven't heard. But I'm personally just really, really excited to have Kev with us this afternoon. We had a good sound check last night. I'm really excited to hear his music and share that with you. The Reverend Elzia Sekou, my new partner in collaboration, he and I have a new talk podcast, a half-hour podcast we're going to tell you a little bit about and tell you how you can listen to that. And then my great friends Rick and Charmaine Charette from Salt Lake City and the Salt Lake Center. Really excited to see them. These two have worked really hard to make sure that they can to find just the right mix and get a good sound to help you for you folks tonight. At the bottom of the 5 o'clock hour Mountain Time, we're going to hear from Michael and Valerie Torfey, ministers here in the Colorado area, regular contributors to our New Thought prayer blasts, our prayer broadcasts on Facebook. So I'm really excited to be with Reverend Michael and Reverend Valerie as well. And then we move into, like, get this, okay? Are you ready? This is like 2 hours. This is jam-packed music. The Dear Susie Lula is going to get us started off with some centering and some words, but then she's here to introduce her amazing husband, Jamie Lula, and his amazing partner, Gary Lynn Floyd. We've got a great set from them. Little bit of Gary, little bit of Jamie. We mix them together and we end up with Floyd Lula. So I'll be straight up, I got no idea what's really going to happen, other than the fact that we're going to hear some really, really great music. Following the Floyd clan, the Floyd Lula clan, let's call him maybe. But following that, the dear Reverend Raymond Anderson from Baltimore will be with us and providing us some insight and prayer. Then we move back into the music. Harold Payne. If you don't know Harold's name, then please, by all means, chime in. He'll be on tonight at 7 Mountain Time. And I just love Harold's music. You're going to enjoy this as well. And he's got a great song that he created specifically for these Facebook Live times, for the times of the Facebook Live. And I'm going to let him introduce that and sing that for us later tonight. So really looking forward to Harold Payne. Following Harold, we've got Bob Sima and his beautiful partner, and Shannon Plummer. They will be with us. That's at about 7:15 Mountain Time. And Nemo Patel at 7:45 Mountain Time. Nemo is calling in from India. He's currently in India, so he's going to join us at that point and share a bit with us at that time so that we can make sure we hear from him. And Nemo, a great collaborator, great music. We're premiering, well, not a premiere, it's been out for a week now, but he's got a brand new video out, and I'm hoping his filmmaker is going to join us as well. So we'll get Nemo Patel. And then, wow, this just keeps going and going, doesn't it? 8 o'clock Mountain Time, the amazing Reverend Abigail Shire will be with us. She's been dropping in and out today watching. and I'll make sure this is also a really, I think it's just going to be a great time. So join us there. Following Abigail, we've got the All-Star Jam, which, normally we put all these musicians on a stage, let them figure out a song or two, and they all take a couple lines. We're going to do something a little different in this program. We're going to do a round robin program and give musicians a chance to tag on a song. I'll tell you more about that. That starts at 8:15 Mountain Time later this evening. And at 8:45, Reverend Dr. Deborah Johnson from the Inner Light Ministries and a member of the Leadership Council for the Association for Global New Thought. If you don't know of Reverend Deborah, you are in for a treat. This woman, not only does she know how to pray, but there is a clarity and a consistency to her message and what she shares. So I'm really excited to have her with us. And that'll take us up to about 9 o'clock Mountain Time. Now, that'll mark 13 hours for me. However, I'm pretty sure that at that point, I'll still be awake. So if anybody's interested, we're going to have an after party. It's going to be right here in this same stream, but starting at 9 o'clock, I'm going to stop talking and let everybody listen, and we're going to give any musicians that are able to join us. So if any of the musicians from the early portion of the day want to come back and join us, they're all welcome. We'll see who shows up and who can make and who has some time and who can share another song, and we'll make all that happen as well. So it's a jam-packed second set here, folks. We're going to keep it moving, and I've got a couple of people coming in here very soon. Before I do, however, though, I really do want to share with each of you that this is, and I share this in the first stream, this whole concept has been an amazingly weird, crazy, and divine download. It was less than 2 weeks ago, because it was about 9 o'clock on Friday night, 2 weeks back, when after the evening prayer broadcast, and I do those from 8:15 to about 8:30, so I get done with the evening prayer broadcast. I was saying hellos on Facebook and doing these things, and all of a sudden it just starts hitting me. Mayday, Mayday. And, Mayday can be looked at in a couple of different ways. In a lot of times, that Mayday is for when people are in distress. Well, we're changing that vibration right here and now, and we're changing that vibration through this experience. And hey, I just saw that there's a question in the chat box. I want to make sure that is answered. So Kathy Sullivan, want to make sure that Karen Drucker will be coming on at 4 p.m. Mountain Time, 3 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock Mountain, 5 Central, 6 Eastern, and 7 o'clock in the Atlantic time zone, because we are trying to be all inclusive. So back to what I was saying. This divine crazy download comes through, and it's really all about changing the vibration of where we are on the planet. And I know that's not my work. I know I'm not here to do that. I know that's God's doing. And I know that the power and the presence and the intelligence that is all life is got that in hand, and everything's working in that direction. So I get to relax and kind of say yes to things. And the idea for a music marathon and a live stream marathon starts pouring into me. And it is just an amazing experience of like, oh my gosh, how is this going to happen? Are people going to take this seriously? Will people actually show up? Will they contribute money? Will this be something? And, folks, it's been a lot of work, and it's been a labor, and it's been effortless in many ways as well. People from all over have shown up to say thank you, and they keep showing up to come back. I see Harold Becker in the audience. Harold is a board member with the Love Foundation, and now remember, we are being supported by the Love Foundation as part of their Global Love Day initiative, and they've been helping people to know we're here and promoting us. And Harold came into the street and came in and shared with us today, and so I've got to do this, Harold, because he had a great shirt on, and I joked that I had a shirt that I would match and clash with his, and I put that on, and then I've changed already. So Harold, here is actually the shirt that I think would have went really well and that you and I could have done together. But then Faith Rivera comes on, and I had to go to the Hawaiian shirts. So doing some boogieing with Faith Rivera as well. So all right, let's see here. I've got a couple options going on, and what the first thing we're going to do, I keep pretending I need that microphone. I don't. You know, folks, ministry without a net is always fun, and live TV is always more fun with it as well. Not sure why exactly I put these together, except for the fact that we're going to raise money for a good cause. And I've got a friend in the green room. I want to bring her on board here. So I may have messed up my timing because I had Kat Kimmett this time, and then this is Reverend Patty Rumsa coming in behind Kat. But I don't see Kat in the green room, and I do see Patty Rumsa in the green room. So why don't I switch this over and say hello to the dear and wonderful Patty Rumsa. How are you doing, dear one?
I am wonderful, Robert. So glad to be with you today. I'm so excited for this day and all that you've been doing all day and blessing our planet with so much love and good vibrations.
Yeah, absolutely. Wonderful. So share with us a little, if you would. I when this all started coming through, this huge download, and I realized this needs to be a benefit. This needs to help people that are in need and in the front lines and all that. And then it's right around that same time that I started to become a little more conscious of your experience through all of this. So I kind of shared a little about that earlier. You traveled to India, you came back. It would appear that you contracted COVID-19 while you were in India. But you're a religious science minister. You're a person of great high regard and high consciousness, and I think everybody would love to hear a bit more about what it was like for you to move through this, to recognize that you have this, how your spiritual practices and how your spirituality supported you, and the good that's coming from this.
Okay, great. You have got it so right about being a religious science minister, and I ended up with COVID. Two things that never thought would happen. So I traveled to India, and I was at a wonderful event with 800 some people from 42 countries. And I thought everything was just fine. I was being very cautious. So I don't know if I got it in India. I don't know if I got it when I was traveling back from India. It's unclear. I had been traveling with a mask and gloves, and I was being very cautious. And I had no fear or no worry. And so I had been back for about 8 days, and I was just really feeling very tired. And so I just thought that I'm a little bit older, and it's taken me longer to recover than it used to when I traveled 12 hours back in time. Then I went through all these denials, which is really anyone, all of those new thought people out there, they appreciate this because I never thought I would get COVID. I started feeling very, very tired. And I thought that it was, again, just because I traveled back in time. That evening, I started running I started getting body aches. And then I thought it was because I'm in Houston now and the pollen's in the air. So that must have been why I was not feeling well. The next day, my fever started. And it increased for the next 3 days until it got to 103.7, which then I understood that something was going on. I called the doctor. They called the health department. They said I couldn't have it because I didn't have any cough. I just had the high fever, body aches, headache. Anyways, on the next day, my doctor did all the flu tests. A few days after that, I was able to get a COVID test, which I had assumed from when I first started feeling bad I had it, and so then a few weeks after I was well recovered, I found out I did have it. One of the things that I do want to share is that some people had sent me messages about that you got COVID because you were in fear. I'm a religious science minister. I had absolutely zero fear. I did not have fear. I knew that I was going to be okay. I was very concerned that I'm currently staying with some elderly friends that I could have got them sick. So that was a concern of mine. But I knew I was going to be okay because I'm a religious science minister, and I didn't. My focus really went to prayer and to just being in the moment of embracing and accepting what was going on for me. And then I got better. Really, I was on the upside by the time I had my COVID test, and so I was doing much better of that. And thank God my friends did not get sick. I had only been around a couple people. So again, I don't know if I got it in India or if I got it on the plane on the way back. I'm uncertain. The good news, and so then as a religious scientist, what you do is, what's the good of this situation? And so I began to hear about, I thought, okay, God, what's the good of this situation? What do you want from me on this? And then I heard about plasma donations. And so I began to search out plasma donations, and there was a trial going on at one of the hospitals in Houston. And I began to do the processes for to become a plasma donator. And it did take perseverance. The first 2 tests, I had to have a negative test. The first 2 negative tests didn't work. And the test is not that pleasant. It's not horrible, but it's not pleasant. But finally, I ended up with a negative test. And then the following Monday, I got that on a Friday. The following Monday, I got to be the first person in line to give plasma for this new program in Houston. And then we had another glitch. Again, all my skill as a minister and a spiritual student helped. They told me I couldn't donate because I had been in India within wasn't 90 days. However, the hospital and the program thought it was more important that I donated, and they did a designated donation. Giving plasma is super, super, super easy. Anyone who has gotten sick, and once you're cleared by 30 days or you have your negative test, please go give your plasma. It is painless, no problem whatsoever. Most people, your plasma will go to 4 people. Mine just went to 1 person who was in the hospital. I was able to get a little bit of information, which does not normally happen, and maybe shouldn't be telling you this on Facebook Live, but the person was a 32-year-old single mother, and she was a hospital worker. And as of last night, she is improving a lot. And so for me, this whole experience has been just about being in the moment. I got COVID. It was mild. And then I was able to help somebody. And so I'm grateful. And I will be able to give my plasma again at the end of May. And I will donate it again in case it's useful for anybody. Please, everyone out there, please give your plasma. And also for those of you well people, please go give your blood. There's a blood shortage going on right now in the US. Please go give your blood. So that's my story, Robert. And that's been my experience so far.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us. And, you speak to some really important things. Yeah, it is prevalent in New Thought to shame each other, and right, that, well, what's in your consciousness that you got COVID? And it's like, no, people, that's not how this works. The virus is a virus. It's in the human realm. It is working whatever its magic is. And all of us, we're all going through this thing. We're all unique expressions of God. From a personal standpoint, I'm just so grateful that it was mild for you and that you're with us. And I've learned so much from you over the years and been witness to some great works that you're doing. And so I'm glad you were able to be here today and share with everybody that this is good, right? What you had to experience wasn't an accusation. It wasn't a condemnation of you or your beliefs or anything. it was an experience, and you were able to rely on your spiritual practices to turn that into some way that you can benefit.
Yeah, Robert, you said it perfectly. Is I'm sure people around me were much more fearful than I was about it. Of, would I be okay? And I knew from the very depths of my being that I was going to be fine. I mean, I really knew. I had a lot of emotions though, because I did receive, I received some affirmations from people. I received some emails from people, and they were basically doing what you said. Basically, like, here, if you just focused on this, you would get better. And they were trying to be helpful, and I appreciate it. But it was an experience that I'll never know why I needed to, why that happened, except for I got to help this woman, and I got to help this woman, and she wouldn't have gotten a designated donation if it wouldn't have been, for me, of how it happened that day. So, I'm grateful. I'm grateful for that. And I have been blessed that my case was mild. No doubt about it. And there's a lot we don't understand about this, and people are fearful. And all together we can get through this. So it has been interesting. I want to say, I know I'm looking at my time. I talk a long time. Everyone, please go donate to my charity. Can I talk about the one I want?
Yes, please. That's
Feeding America.
Aha.
Is that I'm in Houston right now, and the lines for people needing food and assistance, and it is for people who've never in their life ever have needed assistance ever. So please go donate. If you have the blessing to even have a job, $1 of food goes a very long way. And people right now just need food. And again, in Houston, they show it all the time. Houston has the largest food bank in the world. Feeding America helps food banks all over and people all over. And and there are people who've never in their entire life needed any assistance. And so if you are able, please go donate some money to them. And you will be doing good too, because we all have to get through this together.
Yes, exactly. It's you bring up a great point there. I'm going to put the link in the chat notes for everybody there to where you can donate to us, and we're donating out to everybody. But you said something there right at the end. We are in this together.
Mm-hmm.
I have heard people saying we're all in the same boat.
No.
And that's a big no, exactly. We're in this together, but there's a lot of boats going in a lot of directions right now.
Can I speak for that to that for a moment?
Yes, please.
I came from Grand Junction, which is a small town on the western slope, as you know. And it's a little bit different experience with 130,000 people versus a city and a surrounding area that Houston probably has 7 million, 6 million, 7 million, something like that. And there are some people who've not lost their job. They've had to work from home and they have to wear a mask, but they've not lost their job. They've not lost their income. But I know people who are still trying to apply for unemployment and still have not been able to get through. And so they have no money for people who are not just restaurant workers, but every ordinary people from stores and a lot of different trades that they can't work. And so everyone's not in the same boat. Some people had a little bit more before they started, and some people did not. And so we're all one human race. However, some of us, our inconvenience has been relatively small. Wearing a mask is a relatively small thing versus not having food to feed your kids and wondering, are you going to be evicted? Because again, we're in a big town here and things aren't supposed to happen, but it's really real. And so that's why I think those people who've been impacted the least, who've just been inconvenienced by having to stay at home, that please give for many. You have many causes today. Please help somebody else out and really extend compassion to all people during this time. So thank you so much for inviting me on, letting me share. Thank you for doing this wonderful project. for so many, and for all of the people who get blessed by our wonderful New Thought musicians that you and I have listened to for many, many years and have inspired us and uplifted us. And everyone needs to hear our New Thought musicians so they can get through COVID, because they will inspire you, uplift you, ease your heart and soul you've had so many of my friends already, and you have Karen Drecker coming up and Jamie Lula coming up, and then you're going to have an all-star jam. So just to feed everyone's soul, watch the show. Oh, can't hear you.
Hey, that's what happens when you forget to unmute your microphone. So again, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for sharing a portion of your journey and some great wisdom. I do agree with you. I'm absolutely incredibly blessed. I have a roof over my head, I have a full refrigerator, and I have the luxury of being able to stay home and stay out of the stream and stay out of, sorry about the pun there, folks, and stay out of the way of this thing. And I'm most especially blessed. And I want everybody to know, my wife's been upstairs we're dropping donations in the bucket as well to this, not just asking you to do that, but we're making our personal donations and letting our personal tithe for this time go to this as well. So
Robert, one last question. So are we supposed to go to, you said you're putting up in the chat room, we go to your website to donate and then you'll donate it out?
Yes, we have a website donation. It is paypal.me/New Thought Radio. And that
awesome.
Is in the chat boxes there for you folks. You can go there, make your donation, and then we're dispersing that out to the charities themselves. So
beautiful. Thank you so much. Many blessings. Now I really talk that. Hey, I'm a minister. I go over here.
Yeah, exactly. Give a minister a microphone, but then you give him a computer and he can bring other people in and mute people and stuff. So thank you for being with us, Reverend Patty. We're going to keep moving on here. And
much love.
Much love to you. And bringing in Kat Kim. Now, I've been gushing a little bit over you in the last hour, Kat, because I got to sit in the audience at Mile High Church in February. You had an opportunity to provide a power talk to the CSL, the Centers for Spiritual Living Global Convention, whatever we want to call it. And all honesty, you were nowhere near my radar. I had no clue who you are. I saw the name and went, okay, cool. I wonder who this is. And what I know about the organization known as Centers for Spiritual Living, you don't get a spot like you did as a practitioner unless there's something really, really pretty special going on. And, at least that's been my experience throughout the years. So, and then, oh my God, you laid into us in a good way. I'm not saying we didn't need it, but you put out a clarion call. You called the room. And this is exactly in alignment, because this is what we're here to do, right? We've got this purpose to awaken America to its, or awaken the world to its spiritual magnificence, awakening humanity, to its spiritual magnificence. And I thought what you did that day was an incredible demonstration of that, an incredible example of that. And I was loud and proud standing and giving you a standing ovation that night. So it's taken us a while to actually connect since then. I'm grateful you're here. Please share a few minutes with everybody. Let the world know who Kat Kim is and why I'm gushing so much.
Oh, you are so sweet. It's so great to connect with you finally. I know we've been going back and forth. Thank you for the kind words. I was pushing the boundaries there. I was going outside of my comfort zone to speak on the topic that I did at the convention. And at the same time, I felt called to do it. I felt called. Every word that I spoke was coming from such a deep, deep place. And it took preparation to get up to that point. But once I was there, it just came out of me. It just flowed. So it was a beautiful, and it was such an honor to be there. I am Kat Kim. I am a licensed spiritual practitioner, spiritual teacher, and a confidence coach. And I work with rising women leaders, spiritual seekers, and change makers. I'm a founder of the School of Divine Confidence, where I provide spiritual training and confidence coaching to the emerging leaders of our new world. Are we in a new world or what, Reverend Robert? My goodness. Wow.
It is a brave new land.
Yeah.
I've been calling it the season of awakening.
Mm.
I've also been recognizing that there is a new age of what I'm kind of calling guerrilla broadcasting going on.
Oh.
And we're all getting to be a part of that, right? Because right now, there's a lot of people coming into the stream. That pun's intended. There's a lot of people showing up in live streams and in other places because it's the only thing to do.
Yeah.
And what I also recognize is some of those folks are here only because it's the necessity of the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And there are a lot of people that are looking to go back to what they used to do. And there's a conversation happening right now on a private listserv that I'm a member of about how soon we can all get into the room together again. And what I love is there's a brave new opportunity for those that want to embrace virtual and digital ministry. And that's part of what I see you doing as well.
Yeah.
You're launching a program called Unsermon, which would always catch a minister's ear.
Well, hold on. It's a weekly. It's my weekly unsermon. It's a message and a prayer. I feel called to share a message and a prayer for the emerging leaders of our new world. And even that, praying out loud to many people is so outside of my comfort zone. Even as a practitioner, I'm very comfortable praying one-on-one and with small groups, but to do it in front of many people is something new for me. But I think that's what we're all being called into right now. We're all being called to step into something that's very uncomfortable. Actually, we're not being called into it. We've kind of been pushed into a very uncomfortable state right now. And boy, are we being asked to really let go of the I call it the old paradigm of thinking that we are separate and that we are scarce. The old paradigm is based off of scarcity and separation, and we cannot take those thoughts into this new world. If we enter into this new phase with thoughts of scarcity and separation, what happens? Panic. People panic. And we go out and we do things like buy extra toilet paper, and it's just like this panic ensues. And I believe we are just being really called into a new paradigm, a new way of thinking of sufficiency and oneness. That's really what's going to pull us through this now.
Yeah, absolutely. Good. Well, I think this is perfect. Because I invited you here to pray in for kind of give us a prayer that will set the tone for the next few hours and for the next major section of this. We've got, again, great music coming your way, folks. Al Yankee, Karen Drucker up next. But before we get to that prayer, we'd love to know of the causes that we're supporting today, recognizing that they are all good causes. We also recognize that pretty much there's always one that hits home for each of our guests and
Yes.
each of the people joining us. So if we were giving away your money today,
Yeah.
where would you have us giving that money?
Hands down, stay safe.
Stay safe. Okay.
Yeah. That resonates with me because I was a teen that didn't have anywhere to go. I was a runaway teen. Drugs, alcohol, all of it. So, that's such a crucial developmental time for people, for youth, when they are afraid and they're falling into bad things and they don't have the support around them. It just escalates more and more. So, without a doubt, that would be the place for me.
Right on. Yeah, safe place, folks. A place to connect, a place to go, a place for teens, at-risk youth, people. And right now we are seeing that. We're seeing teens that are ending up on the streets because of COVID. Because parents don't quite understand, or there's a trouble in communications, or whatever the reasons behind it all. The end result is there are so many people on this planet right now that are moving through this transition, and so many of them are scared and don't know what we know as religious scientists. Now, I don't want to sound uh, superior there or anything, but with this type of knowledge and with this type of consciousness comes a responsibility to serve and support others in finding this consciousness as well. We need to be the example so that others can step forward and step up. That's the kind of work that Kat's doing. That's the kind of work that everybody on this program today is doing. And today, especially, we're opening our hearts, we're opening our wallets, we're pulling out the credit cards. I've got a few of them here that I've been making donations. We're pulling out all the stops to make sure that those that don't know that they are forever supported, forever uplifted, that those folks are getting the help they need to survive right now. Because those are the folks that are going to be sitting in our communities. Those are the folks that are going to find us in the future one way or the other. So give a minister a microphone and, I'll go on forever. So how about, if you would you offer us a treatment?
Of course. Oh boy.
It's not a big audience. It'll be bigger in the replay, but for
Yeah.
but
It's
folks,
all good.
I'm going to slip out here for a moment and let Kat pray us up.
Yes. Oh, and so with great gratitude, I rest in this moment, knowing that this beautiful moment that has brought us together, that there is purpose, there is divine purpose in it. And I'm so grateful to know that this beautiful moment that has brought us together is the moment where the presence of spirit exists. It is where the presence of God exists right here, right now. This is it. This is the moment where the presence of God expresses itself as divine love, where the presence of God expresses itself as divine intelligence, where the presence of God expresses itself as divine power. And so therefore, I accept for all of us, for everybody on this call, for everybody listening, for everybody in our world, that this divine power, this divine intelligence, this divine love expresses itself through all of us. And it shows us what love is. It shows us what connection is. It shows us what oneness is. I accept for all of us that as this divine love, as divine God moves through us and thinks through us and feels through us and creates through us, I accept that it is also moving through COVID-19. I accept that divine God is moving through this pandemic. And even though we don't see it, even though we might be afraid, even though we don't know exactly what's going on, I trust that the power of God is moving through COVID-19. It is moving through everybody, is moving through the medical staff. It is moving through all the people who've been affected. It is moving through me. It is moving through you. It is moving through all of these organizations that we are able to co-partner with. It is moving through each and every one of us. And so therefore I claim with everybody that as God moves through this pandemic, that it is coming to a close, that this cycle of birth and growth and then decline and then ending is already happening in the mind of God. I accept for all of us that COVID-19 is coming to a close and that it has come to a close in the mind of God. And that in its wake, it has taken away all the things that are unnecessary. And in its wake, it has left us with what is essential. It has left us with what is true. And what is true and what is essential is the love and the power and the connection and the oneness of us all. With that, I give tremendous gratitude for this expansion, for this love, for this power. I give tremendous gratitude for all the people that are working hard behind the scenes. I give tremendous gratitude for the donations, the love. I give tremendous gratitude, even for the pain and for the suffering. I give tremendous gratitude for it all because I know that God is behind it and God is working its love. And with that, I release and I let go, knowing that in the mind of God, everything is already done. And so it is.
Mm, and so it is. Thank you, dear one. Oh, I trust you all can see and now hear and experience exactly why I wanted this beautiful being of light to be joining us today. So I'm so glad you're able to do that, and it looks like you struck my wife too. So I'll count that as a good thing too. So glad you're with us. So, all right, we're gonna let Kat get back to the next portion of her day. Thank you for being with us, dear one. We're gonna transition into some music here now. So have a great afternoon.
See you guys. Thank you.
And I am really pleased to bring forth a couple of dear friends. You're going to notice, well, you may or you may not, but let me set all this up. Jeannie Katioka is a professional practitioner with New Thought or Centers for Spiritual Living, excuse me. And she and I got together a while back and put together a, excuse me, I'm pulling up the website here so we could share this with you. And we put together an interview program specifically for New Thought Radio. And that's called Real Conversations. It's a semi-regular podcast that happens. I'm going to put a link in the chat box for you. It's called Real Conversations. And we look at the deeper meaning behind the music with various New Thought artists. We've had the pleasure of interviewing our next guest, musical guest, Al Yankee, Karen Drucker. We just did an interview processing, putting that interview together now. That'll be out in a few weeks. But we've also spoken with Gary Lynn Floyd, Faith Rivera, like I said, Al Yankee, Eddie Watkins Jr. We're getting a nice collection there. So please check out those programs. But in the meantime, because Jeannie is such a great co-host and we work well together, I'm going to go slip off and take a little dinner break. And I'm going to leave Jeannie and Al to it, and I'll be back right around the top of the hour as Karen Drucker comes in to join us. So I know you two folks know each other really well and can have a good old time musically. So please take us away.
Great.
All righty. Thanks, Robert. So one of the things I was doing some little research, even though Al and I are good friends. He has played at the Riverside Center for Spiritual Living, where I am a practitioner, and his wife used to be a practitioner there with us as well. But I did some research just to refresh my memory about how awesome Al is. And one of the first things, if you just Google Al Yankee, one of the first things that comes up is this quote from Al. And the first part of it is, "Music is essential to human experience." And I was just really blown away by that. I don't think I'd heard that before. Okay.
Music is essential to human experience. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
Okay, I want to make sure that you can hear me. Music is essential to human experience. Sometimes people think music is optional, or that it's nice, but we could do without it if we had to. And that's just not true. And so I teach that to all my students. I make sure that nobody walks out of my classroom with that attitude that music, nice, but we could do without it. Not true at all. There's never been a society on the planet without music, and people use music. The basic idea of music is to help us all get along better with each other. And there's no more important cause in humanity.
I don't disagree, being a musician myself. I know among the many hats you wear, Al, you are a teacher. You don't teach instrumental music, but you do teach music appreciation and the business of music. So how are you reaching out to your students these days?
Well, everything is online. Some of it's online to start with, and some of it has moved online, which is difficult for some students who didn't sign up for that, but they're figuring it out. I did, this morning, I went through some of the letters I've received from some of my students explaining some of the challenges that they've had. If I could share a few of their comments, everything's totally anonymous. But I have a few here. Actually, I have a page full, but I won't do that. I was recently
Yeah, we
laid
do
off.
want to hear some of your music.
Okay. I was recently laid off and have been trying to figure things out. Applying for unemployment has been a nightmare, but I'm still trying to maintain a positive attitude. I'm going on my 8th day of working, so I'm a little behind. So some people are totally out of work. Some people are being overworked. I literally just had to take my mom to the emergency room 2 days ago again. This whole situation just boggles my mind and is having a domino effect on me. What do you say to that student? You know, all I can do is say, we're here for you. Do the work when you can. You know, we understand. My son was sick and now my father lost his job and everything going on is very overwhelming. And one more. My emotions and health have been all over the place. I'm trying to pull myself together so I can give it my best. What more can you ask from anybody?
Not a whole lot.
So I have this this piece of music here for all those people who are feeling stressed out. And there's a lot of reasons for being stressed out these days. Just relax. Hear your heartbeat. Feel the movement in the quiet and the still. Take a breath. Release it slowly. There is nothing here to do, no need to fill. Every moment's just a fantasy that's of our own device. It's gone in the twinkling of an eye. Every memory's just make-believe, the stuff of hopes and fears that we've chosen to enshrine. I wonder why. Be at peace for a moment. For a moment's all we have. A moment's all we have. A moment's all we have and ever will. Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, that's a nice one, Al.
Why, thanks. So, shall I just go on to something else, or did you want to chat?
I would rather hear your music. I would rather hear everybody here with us today hear your music. So.
Oh yeah, hasn't the music been great on this show today? On this, I guess I call it a show.
Fabulous, just fabulous.
Yeah. And it's going to only get better as we go along. So this next is something quite different. Here we go. Sometimes people seem so crazy, talking funny, acting lazy, but I know what they're after. A connection, love and laughter. You're a beauty, you're so fine, perfect body, precious mind, a glowing spirit, flaming soul, fiery angel, take control, 'cause all there is all there is all there is all. Spring will change to summer, the summer into fall, the fall turns into winter, so it goes and goes. All there is all there is all I need to know. treat you? I don't think so. 'Cause to do so would hurt me so. Do I know you? Yes, I think so. 'Cause you're me so. You I do know. You're a beauty, you're so fine. Perfect body, precious mind. Glowing spirit, flaming soul. The fiery angel, take control. 'Cause all there is all there is all there is all. Spring will change to summer, summer into fall, and fall turns into winter. So it goes and goes. All there is all there is all I need to know. That's all you need
Love
to know.
that one too. Before we get to your final song, I know that you've been given the list of charities because this is a fundraiser today. And which one, if you, well, hopefully you are spending some of your money today, but if you had a chunk of change, you were going to throw it somewhere, where would you throw it today?
Well, gee, you know, you have to know your audience, and I know who I'm talking to here. Some people may not realize that you are also in addition to being an RSCP after your name, you're an animal chaplain. And so I have to honor that and honor our relationship by endorsing the Best Friends Animal Sanctuary.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for that, Al. Yeah, and Best Friends is really a wonderful organization. It's one of the leading national animal welfare organizations, and their mission is to end killing of cats and dogs in shelters across America. So as much as I love Feeding America and all the wonderful other charities that we're supporting today, part of my mission, my personal mission, is be a voice for the voiceless. So yes, that's the one I would choose as well. So thank you for that.
You got
it. And then I think you're going to close out with I Rise.
Looking back over everything that's happened. Looking back, it's so hard to take it in. If I've learned anything after everything that's happened, if I had it to do over, I'd do it all again. But now all that's done is done. The darkness fades to dawn, and so I rise. Yesterday has been and gone. The promise of the sun calls me to rise. The earth is soft against my feet. The morning air is sweet, and so I rise. Breeze upon my face, a caressing angel's grace. All that's done is done. The darkness fades to dawn, and so I rise. You know, I can't believe it's come to this. Could it really be the end? But each end is a beginning, so I'll learn to live again. And I rise. There's nothing left to do, and nowhere else to go, and so I rise. Like an eagle taking flight, I leap into the night, and then I rise. Carried by the wind, feels like being born again. I ride the morning sun to the heavens, all is done, and so I rise. I rise.
I still remember the first time I heard that I think you'd just written it and you played it at the center. Very moving. Thank you, Al.
Thank you. Blessings to everyone.
Blessings to you as well and your students.
They need it. Wow.
I sound like they do, yes.
So are we, is Robert back or is he?
I don't know. Is he
Okay.
still eating?
Could be.
Well, we could talk about some of the other things you've done as far as been the arranger for the Stan Kenton Band. And well, you know better than I what all you've done. Would you like to share more?
Well, there is, as you see there, well, there's facebook.com. There's my personal Facebook page. But if anybody is interested in my music or anything about me, which, that's up to them, I guess. But it's all at Al Yankee.
We're always
It's all at alyankee.com, very simply. And it's, I know it's a funny name, but so that makes it easy to remember. So it's actually a good thing. I'll just play some music here until Robert's ready.
All right, play him in. That sounds great.
Do you want to be loved? Well, we all want to be loved. And if you want to be loved, well, don't want, be love. Do you try to be free? We all try to be free. If you try to be free, well, don't try. Be free. Well, you see, it's really simple. You see, it's really clear, but simple isn't easy. They're not the same, I fear. Do you love to be free? We're all free to be loved. If you love to be free, and you're free to be loved, don't want, don't try, be free. Don't want, don't try, be loved.
Yeah.
So nice to work with pros.
Exactly. Thank you, Al. It is such a pleasure to have you with us here today. You guys let me get a fresh shirt on. So
Your wardrobe changes today.
I was told that's a key part of making sure people know that you're actually doing your job on a gig like this. So, so we want to thank you both for being here. The amazing Karen Drucker is here and ready. She's currently sitting at her piano, finishing up just another moment. We'll have her in the stream with us. So let's do this. Let's have a little bit more fun. Al, you know Karen pretty well. How about, would you mind giving us a quick introduction of the amazing Karen Drucker?
Well, when I had her at the New Thought Music Festival in Riverside some years ago, she was standing in the back of the room and I was on the stage and I said, what can I say? What can I say? And I said, ladies and gentlemen, we have royalty in the house. The queen of New Thought Music, Karen Drucker.
My subjects. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's great. Thank you, Al. That's wonderful. Now, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. That's great, Al. That's too funny. Royalty. I like hearing that. Royalty. Thank you so much. All right. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust everybody on the stream knows the queen of New Thought Music. But if you haven't, then by all means get ready because you're about to be wooed and loved and I believe emotionally massaged like never before.
Oh, I like that idea. I like that. All right.
Let's how about if I get out of the way and give you the spotlight here.
Oh, well, do me a favor, Robert. Let me know because I'm doing something different. I'm at an acoustic piano right now, and so just let me make sure you can hear me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Can you hear me?
Sounds good on my side. Yeah.
All right, good. All right. Thanks, Robert. Hi, everybody. How you doing? God, what a day this has been. Yay for Robert for putting this all together. What an amazing lineup of people. So I'm very thrilled to be a part of it. So let me start off with, I didn't even know what I was going to do. I just said, all right, what is my heart just telling me to sing to you right now? And so this is what came up. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, do you know how loved you are? 'Cause you are precious, so sweet and bright, radiant beam of shining light. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, do you know how loved you are? So I'm singing this song a lot lately. This is one of the things I'm working on personally, is this idea. I will be gentle with myself. I will be gentle with myself. And I will hold myself like a newborn baby child. I will be gentle with I want you to sing with me now. I will be gentle with and I will hold myself, and I will hold myself like a newborn baby child. I will be tender with my heart. I will be tender with my heart. I will be tender with my heart. I will hold my heart. I will hold my heart like a newborn baby child. Do that again. I will be tender with my heart. I will be tender with my heart. And I will hold my heart like a newborn baby child. I will only go as fast as the slowest part of me feels safe to go. I will only go as fast as the slowest part of me feels safe to go. 'Cause now I know I will be easy on myself. Sing that with me. I will be easy on myself. I will be easy on myself. I will love myself like a newborn baby child. I will be easy on myself. I will be easy on myself. I will be easy on myself. And I will love myself like a newborn baby child. Let's affirm and say, I am gentle. I am gentle with myself. I am gentle with myself. I love myself. I love myself like a newborn baby child. Sing that again now. I am gentle with myself. I am gentle with myself. And I love myself like a newborn baby child. And I rock myself. And I rock myself like a newborn baby child. And I love myself like a newborn baby child.
Yeah.
Want me to do a few songs, Robert? What do you want me to do?
Yeah, and I wanted to share a quick shout out. Ruthie Freeman is saying thank you. One
Hey,
of her
Ruthie.
favorites.
When I can see people and hear from them, that's a good thing. I just, that's so fun. Someone's out there.
All right. Well, we're going to let you continue, please.
All right. Okay. You know, it feels to me like what's up for me also, aside from being gentle with myself, is, you know, gratitude. Just really affirming gratitude right now. And
Robert, I'm hearing you clicking, so you might want to mute yourself.
Sorry about that.
All right. So how about this? Let's do this one. This is from a while ago. I praise my life. I raise my life in the name of love. So I love doing movements. So what you do is you go, I praise my life. I raise my life in the name of love. Give yourself a little hug. I praise my life. I raise my life in the name of love. Got it? I praise my life, I raise my life in the name of love. Praise your neighbor. I praise my neighbor, I raise my neighbor in the name of love. My sister, I praise my sister, I raise my sister in the name of love. My brother, brothers actually, I raise my brothers in the name of love. My family, I praise my family, I raise my family in the name of love. Mothers, I praise my mother, I raise my mother in the name of love. Father, I praise my father, I raise my father in the name. Now praise someone that you think and put their name in that place. I praise, I raise in the name of love. I praise, I raise in the name of somebody else. I praise, I raise in the name of love. I praise, I raise in the name of love. How about myself? I praise myself, I raise myself in the name of love. I praise myself, I raise myself in the name of love. One more time. I praise myself, I raise myself in the name of love. I praise myself, I raise myself in the name of love. Here's another one. I promise in this moment to keep my heart wide open. With every step I take, I'm grateful. That's the whole thing right there. I promise in this moment to keep my heart wide open. With every step I take, I'm grateful. And just say, I am grateful. I am grateful. I am grateful. I am grateful. Yeah. I am grateful. I am grateful. I am grateful. Grateful. Let's go back to that beginning part. Just say, I promise in this moment to keep my heart wide open. With every breath I take, I'm grateful. I promise in this moment to keep my heart wide open. With every breath I take, I'm grateful. Say it one more time. I promise in this moment to keep my heart wide open. With every breath I take, I say gratitude before me, gratitude behind me, gratitude to the left of me, and gratitude to the right of me, gratitude above me, gratitude below me, gratitude within me, gratitude all around me. And every day I just say, I'm so grateful. Gratitude before me, after the movement starts. Gratitude behind me. Gratitude to the left of me. Gratitude to the right of me. Gratitude above me. Gratitude below me. Gratitude within me. Gratitude all around me. Let me say every day, I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. Yeah, I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. Gratitude above me and below me and within me and around me. So can you hear my cat? I know. Whenever I start to play piano, he starts to meow. I was hoping he'd stay asleep. I'm sorry. I'll be done very soon. I'm so grateful.
Oh, meow. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Karen.
You're welcome.
Oh, we're getting Danny Miller in the house, sharing his love, Sharon Weeby. So many, my dear beloved. We've got some great shout outs coming your way. Al Yankee here still. So thank you. And before we let you go here, we are asking everybody the same question. Today is a day about putting money in the hands of the organizations that are making a difference out there in the world. We've got 4 primaries that we're contributing to, and we'd love to know which one's the closest and the dearest in your heart.
Oh my goodness! You know, I unfortunately I can't remember all the ones that you listed. But you know, the main thing I'm into. I don't know if you've got this on your. Can you tell me the ones that you have?
Yes, we're
There you go.
supporting
Feeding America. That's what I was talking about.
Feeding America. All right, good. So
Yeah.
that's you know, that's been a very popular favorite with a lot of artists today.
Yeah.
So if you would just share a minute with us, what's the power of contributing and giving meant in your life?
You know, it's everything. I mean, it's all about, to me, it's all about service. It's like when you know you're in service, when you're doing something that is not about you, it's about having a higher vision of that this is going out. However I'm serving, in whatever way I'm serving is helping someone. It feels to me like, okay, Mookie, it's all right. It feels to me like it's that lifeline. It's that focus. It's that passion that we can put all of our creativity into. And when I'm serving, it's like it just all my little ego stuff goes out of the way because it's so not about me. It's about serving in some other way. And I think that that's what music is all about, is that we are serving, and in so serving, we get served as well. But you know, this day of doing it like this is just, it's really beautiful what we're all doing and what you've created, Robert. I applaud you.
Oh, thank you, thank you. And I want to bring a friend of yours into the room. Folks, this is the amazing Reverend Dr. David Auld. Hello,
It's
sir.
Mama. It's Mama.
Daddy. It's Daddy.
Hey, Mama.
Hey, Daddy.
Do people know about us, Karen?
Do they know about us? Do you even know about that, Robert?
Well, I was.
No.
It depends on what you're speaking of.
Tell them, Mama.
Well, we have kind of a thing going on. The two of us have been together for about 1 million years. We used to, one of my favorite concerts that we did, David made this beautiful graphic of Sid Charisse and Fred Astaire. Is that what it was? With
King Kelly.
Yeah. And so we've done concerts for years. We've toured for years. He's my everything. So
He's my everything.
yes.
We've I'll just keep it clean. We know each other very well.
Well, and I want you both to know that, right, there are no coincidences in the mind of God. And as this was all coming together, and I'm looking at all this, and I've got all these names, and I'm like, who in the world do you ask to follow Karen Drucker?
Oh.
I'm his opening act. Are you kidding? I've been his opening act for 20 years. So
so Karen, we're going to say thank you and let you slip off into the green room. And
I love you.
I love you too. Thank you all.
Thank you. and open up a conversation with Reverend Dr. David Ahl. Now, folks, one of the things I want you to know is Dr. David could be here singing, he could be here just speaking, promoting. He's done so much great work in the world. And from the very first time I stepped into a Science of Mind Center, a Center for Spiritual Living, there's this undercurrent that, oh, have you heard Dr. David Ahl? Have you heard Dr. David Ahl? And it took back then we only had cassette tapes. So, right, everybody was still circulating cassette tapes of everybody's sermon. And if you would catch I was on the West Coast, you were on the East Coast, your tapes didn't make it out my way very often. But eventually I did get a chance to hear Dr. David share. And that's what I would love for us to do today. I'm going to slip out of the way and give you the stage, because I would love for you to just share with us a perspective of, what's going on out there today, but more importantly, how are we part of, and what's next?
Thank you, Robert. You're right. There is no mistakes. Here, Karen is singing songs about gratitude, and what I had decided to share with you was a story around gratitude. And I call them moments in time, those snapshot moments that, without sounding cliched, literally do change our lives or change the direction, the trajectory of the way in which we navigate the world. And it happened many years ago in the late 1980s when I was a part of Louise Hay's team. And Louise famously facilitated what was called the Hayride. This was back in the days of the epidemic of AIDS, the pandemic, yet another one. And so much fear in the world, so much anxiety and desperation, so much loss. And those Wednesday nights began to grow, and people began to travel there from all over the world. And it was not uncommon on that Wednesday night for the fire department in West Hollywood and Los Angeles to turn people away, because the one we ended up finally residing in before Louise left that situation was the largest they had in a public park, and it maximum between 700 and 800 people. And so people began to show up because there was no resource. There was no compassion or understanding for those who were challenged by that. And the stigma was just so rampant, and the fear was so rampant. So families who were taking care of those that they loved, who were challenged with AIDS, were showing up, again, from all over the world. And it was an electric environment. There was nothing like it that I had ever been a part of and haven't been a part of since. There was something about that time that was both sobering and delicately beautiful. People were coming together and in full transparency with their hearts wide open. So it was Louise who would say a few things in the beginning. One of her key opening lines was, "I am not a healer. I am simply here to create a space so that healing can occur. That healing can occur both physically, mentally, spiritually, but that really is our aim." And so thus the evening would begin, and we would do chanting and music, and then she would open it up for questions and sharing. And one night, this capsule, this moment of time, a mother was there. I had never seen her before. And she began to share about her son. And she said, I'll call him Steve. She said, Steve, just so spontaneous. And he would see something that he liked, and off we would go with that thing that he was most attracted to and passionate about. And so we learned to embrace Steve's passion. She said one time he saw a documentary about a tribe of children. I can't tell you where the tribe was from, but the documentary focused on how organic these children loved one another. They weren't taught to have to share. They weren't taught to celebrate one another. They just organically did this. So when one would be adopted, they would all celebrate the adoption of that child. When one would be ill, they would all gather around the one who was suffering, and they would offer comfort. When one was happy, they celebrated together. When one was sad, they comforted together. She said Steve was so impressed and moved by this documentary, and he called a family meeting. She said, it's just myself, my husband, Steve, and our daughter. But we all said, what's going on? And Steve said, I saw this documentary and I want us to do that as a family. I want us to come together and to learn how to celebrate and to bond everything. Not just the stuff that we label as good, but everything. And they knew at some point that it was best not to dismiss Steve's passions and his spontaneity, but just to lean into them. So that's what they did. And they said, tell us more. So they began to have a family meeting once a week. And at this family meeting, they would stand around their kitchen table and they would share what went on, and they had to celebrate that thing. So if the daughter broke up with her boyfriend, they would celebrate the breakup of the boyfriend. If the father was overburdened with work, they would celebrate the complexity and the volume of work that he had. And she said nothing was off the table. She continued that when she got the diagnosis of breast cancer, that it was those family meetings that literally saved her, because they would gather together and they would embrace her and they would celebrate every facet of her recovery. And then she paused and she said, I've been here in Los Angeles for a week now, and I have been with Steve in the hospital, and Steve passed away last night. And she said, all week long, I have been there with him. She said the thing that made those table-side family meeting celebrations so poignant is that we began to bake cupcakes. In fact, the aroma of the cupcake would waft through the house, and we knew that it was family meeting time. And when we would champion and celebrate and express gratitude for whatever was going on, we would lift those cupcakes up. And she said, all week long, I have gone to the local grocery store near the hospital where Steve has been, and I would buy a cupcake. And I would put it on his chest. And I would will him to breathe. And I knew that he was breathing because I could see the cupcake rise, and I could see it fall, and I could see it rise, and I could see it fall. And she would say, come on, Steve, come on. And she said, Steve died last night. She goes, and I cannot find anything to celebrate. She said, I'm so angry. I'm angry over the fact that someone like Steve, who was so spontaneous and so passionate about everything, would have his life taken at such a young age. And she goes, I know that he would not want me to remain this way. And that's why I showed up for this hayride this evening. I know that what he would want me to do is to continue on the tradition, but I don't think that I can. I don't think that I have what Steve had. I don't have that level of passion and commitment. And she goes, and so I'm looking to all of you. And there must have been, again, close to 800 people. And you could hear a pin drop. And she leaned down and opened her purse and pulled out this ball of tin foil and unwrapped it, and inside was a cupcake. And she held it up and she said, I need you to be my tribe. I need you to help me remember what Steve was wanting us to do and to learn as a family, to celebrate everything, to be grateful for everything. I need you to help me. I need you to be my touchstone with this. And at that moment, she lifted that cupcake up in the air. And so did everyone else in the room. They all lifted, and I was a part of them, an imaginary cupcake. And she said to Steve, my boy, my baby boy, may I never forget the lesson that you tried to teach me. May I never let the suffering of this world and this human experience in any way evaporate my ability to be grateful. I never, ever forgot that moment. In fact, I would imagine that most of the people in that room had some kind of transformation. And I went away that evening. I went home and I vowed that I was going to put that into practice. Here was a woman I'd never seen before and, amazingly, never saw again. I could never thank her. I could never express to her how much that share meant to me. But I went and I began to implement that practice. And over the years, and we're talking 35 years now, I have always returned to that practice, particularly in times that were most difficult. And I would see myself taking a metaphoric cupcake and sort of rising it in the air and saying, I'm grateful for this. And I'm willing to see the good in this. And as simple as that may sound, I have come to realize that it is in the simplicity, not the complexity, but the simplicity, where truth resides, and truth can be seen, and truth can be heard. And so in this time of global shift, it can be very easy to be seduced into the complexity, into the what ifs and the fear about our own human survival. And I'm not saying don't look at that, but I'm wondering if in the same amount of time that we lean into that and we look at those things, that we could also bring in the energy of a cupcake, be it with ourselves or be it with those that we love. And we begin to create these circles of gratitude, and we let ourselves give voice. We don't bury it, but we let ourselves give voice to the things that are going on. But then we have the courage, we have the bravery, we have the intent to lean in and say, I don't know what this means, and I don't know what's going to happen. And I'm so tempted to want to bring in the how, but I release that and I just say thank you. I just say thank you. Because to me, gratitude does become something that's a way of life. It is an energy system that rewires us physically, spiritually, and emotionally. I was also thinking today of that old song lyric, what a difference a day makes. 24 little hours. And I thought, when we think of what a difference a day makes, 24 little hours, that's not a long time. We could do something in that time. We can commit to something in that time. But I find that when we go out into the world and when we enter into the noise, that even 24 hours can feel interminable. So my charge to you is, my invitation is for, in this next day, whatever the next 24 hours are for you, whenever you listen to this or view this, that you consider what would it be like to craft your own circle of gratitude. And what do we know about that? Not to get too intellectual and into philosophy here, but we do know that what we appreciate appreciates. What we focus on does boomerang back to us more bountiful, more clear, more available. And so, hey, if we can learn to be grateful, if we can practice gratitude, even within the stretch of 24 hours, then maybe that 24 hours will move into another 24 hours and then into another 24 hours. And then before you know it, we have been practicing this for a week, and that week lends itself to a month, and who knows what goes on beyond that. But the beautiful part is that we begin to shift. And we're not out there preaching or trying to convert or win over. We're just living and being by example. So I want you to know that it does work. And even when I have forgotten, I've been able to go and to return back. So whatever it is that you can do in this time, wherever you are, whatever your situation is, I know that you put on a brave face, and I know that you have it within you. But I want you to take your vulnerability and to just be grateful for it. I want you to take your fear and to be grateful for it. I want you to take every single facet of what it is that you're going through and salute it, so that you can say, I hear you. And then at the same time, surrender it. Know that I love you. Know that I'm grateful for your connection and your heart. I believe in you, and I'm here with you. So, Robert, if it's okay, maybe I can share a little closing prayer. Is that good? I can't hear you. I think you may be muted.
I am. So we would love to hear a closing prayer. I do want you to know you're getting some great shout outs out there as well.
Oh, sweet.
People are just, and we all need a cupcake today. So
let's break our own.
Exactly. I think I will forever remember this moment of this experience. So if you would briefly share with us which of the causes that we're supporting speaks to you, and then yes, by all means, take us into a prayer.
Oh, feed America, feed everyone. You know, I'm a big follower of Neem Karoli Baba Maharaji, who said, feed everyone, love everyone, serve everyone. And so I've found that the best way to connect is through the belly. And so there are many people in the world who are hungry, and wherever it is that you feel drawn to donate to, that feeding is a powerful, powerful tool.
Yeah, thank you. And for everyone that would love to hear Karen play some piano underneath Reverend David's prayer here, I so apologize. We just can't try. Is
she still there?
She's been hanging out listening. Yeah.
Oh.
So we would love to bring that to you. And technologically, the universe just isn't there yet. And when people are there, then we'll make sure that happens for you. But in the meantime, let's have a prayer.
Oh, just very quickly, because I want it to land. So wherever you are, take a breath. Take a breath, and mull around the idea that all things are possible. Everything is possible. That possibility knows no bounds, no limits, no time, no dates. It's not constricted by history. It is just the allness that lays before us and is willingly and invitingly asking us to direct it. And so take this moment now and let's direct it. Let's direct that energy of possibility and say, I am willing to find gratitude in everything. I am willing to find gratitude in everything. And in my willingness, I create an invitation for the right and perfect person, the right and perfect conversation, the right book, the right thing to read, whatever it is that will support me in understanding that all things are possible. I invite it in now. I don't need to dutifully search for it. I just say, I am here, I am willing. Cross over the threshold of my heart. Let me experience it, and let me give thanks, knowing that you have arrived already, and I am ready to listen and to hear. And I know that by all of us doing this, by even one person doing this, that we increase the percentage of that knowing that gratitude is a constant, because we all are one. And when one does the work, we all do the work. And when many do the work, oh my, the tipping point of change that we experience as humanity really does have breathability for something new. And for that, we are excited and grateful to participate. And together we say, and so it is.
And so it is.
Bless you, my friend.
Bless you. We're bringing in another friend to say hello before you go.
Hey, girl. I just saw you on the other Zoom call.
I know, I just saw you.
We've been in Zoom class all day. So, hi. Savannah is a gem.
So are you.
Much love.
I loved your sharing. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Take care, everybody.
Thank you for being with us, Dr. David.
Bye.
Now, wasn't that fun?
That was so cool.
Right? Karen Drucker and David all together, and
Oh
but
my God.
not, and I don't know if they arranged that ahead of time, but the combination of music and message that brings something meaningful to people, that's what this is all about, folks. And I want to introduce you, if you don't know already, my dear friend Reverend Savannah Riker, a light in the world. We've also been in a number of calls today, and I feel like I know your background almost too intimately now. But everybody's getting that, right? You guys know my background really well. But I wanted to bring Savannah in. Number one, I want her to share a couple of the things that she's doing in the world, even from isolation. And then we're going to talk about our next musical guest, because I don't know that I would have found our next musical guest if it wasn't for Reverend Savannah. And she had to beat me over the head a few times to listen to him. And then when I did, I was like, oh my God, why didn't I listen to her sooner? So welcome, dear one. How are you?
I'm doing great. Like David said, I've had Zoom meetings all day long, but all incredibly uplifting and positive things happening. And I really loved what David had to share. I think he always brings me into a Zen place. So this is really an inspiring thing that you're doing today.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, I'm doing well.
Oh, good. It's great. So tell us a little bit about Savvy Chats.
Yeah, so I got the call to provide a service to people all over to join me in a conversation. As we know, this quarantine has allowed us a lot of introspection. It's allowed us to connect in a bigger way than we did before. So I'm leading a Thursday event. It's an hour, and we all can come together, and I basically lead us in some spiritual practice and a special topic, and then might go into some discussion and dialogue. And what's been really beautiful about this experience is that people from all over the world are joining this call. And so they're getting the opportunity to join other people of like minds to express their, happenings, what's going on for them, in the world, and for us to really be able to support them. So Savvy Chats, my nickname is Savvy. So that's where that came about, Savvy Chats. And yeah, I'm super excited because I'm realizing that it's something that I can do, and to help other people, and to inspire, which is what we're here to do, right?
Yes.
Uplift. Yeah. So that's Savvy Chats.
Right on. And one of our Angela.
Hey, Angie.
And claims and says you're one of her angels. So glad you're with us today, Angela. So very, very much. Okay. So and I want to make sure everybody knows how to stay in touch with Reverend Savannah. Website, savannahnoel.com. And Savannah keeps pulling me into this thing called IG. Right now, you hip kids know what that is, but I still live on a desktop, and so this is not my primary device, and so I don't have an IG or an Instagram handle, but I think I was supposed to put an @ sign in front of that, wasn't I?
Yes. That's right. Good.
There we go. We got to have the @ sign, or it doesn't work. So,
or some people call it the gram. So.
Or the gram.
The gram, yeah.
Okay. See, I'm learning. Thank you. I knew about IG. I didn't know the gram though. So.
Yeah, well, it's okay. I'm behind the times with Snapchats. I don't do that. I think it lists my generation. I don't know. So I feel you.
Right on. And now we're both missing out on TikTok.
Yeah, we are.
Somebody asked me that one the other day. Where are you going to get on TikTok? And I'm like, that looks like more work that I know how to do. I'm not sure. Who wants to teach us? Who wants to hold a class and share with Savannah and I how to do TikTok?
Yeah.
You say yes, and we'll promote it, and you come teach us all how to do TikTok. But,
Yeah.
and you know, we've got some other folks chiming in. Patricia.
Oh my
Watson
gosh, I
saying
love
hello.
that. Hi, Pat Watson. That's so great.
Um,
And
and,
what?
and now look at this. Karen Mitchell's on the hip side. She knows.
Good, good. Karen was so great this morning. She put me also into a centered, calm space.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. So perfect. Okay, so let's get to the big question of the day, where we ask everybody. In this time, right, giving is more important than ever before from my perspective. I wouldn't, we talked about this earlier, if it wasn't for my Tithe account, I would be lost, because there's so many great things to give to today. Obviously here, New Thought Radio, we're asking for you to contribute through this fundraiser so we can give this money back out to other organizations. Of our top 4, Feeding America, Safe Place, Direct Relief, Best Friends Animal Sanctuary, who gets Savannah's money today?
Well, you know, I have always been a youth advocate. It's important to me to empower and uplift and nurture our youth because, as we know, they are guiding the future of our world, of our planet. So I want to support Safe Place. That's, yeah, it's vital, important.
Yes, absolutely vital to. And what's so important for me right now, folks, is we need to support our youth, yes, and the youth of privilege are being supported.
Right.
It's the youth that aren't of privilege that need our money and need our support and need our help. You know, my kids are safe. My kids are under the roof. They don't have to worry about being kicked out because I'm afraid they're sick, or they don't have to worry about being kicked out because we might believe a little differently in life. They know they're in a safe place, but unfortunately, there's just way too many youth on the streets today that don't know that they have a safe place.
Yeah, it's an important cause. It means a lot to me. So yeah, that's what I'm going to be giving my donation to.
Right on. Great. So folks, please do hit that button, click the link. We'll send it through. I trust one of my handy dandy helpers is sending it through the comments box again. It's paypal.me/, or I'll do it because that's my job today, is to remind you that we're all in this together. We're not in the same boat, but we're all in this together. And we would love to see you help us support these organizations that are doing so great. So, okay, now this program is also about all transparency. So Savvy and I, we're going to be very transparent here, and it's all on my fault. But this is where we go into now. And I don't know if you saw the segment with Reverend Jay Willick.
Not yet.
Jay said he loves when we're having technical difficulties, or when our guest schedule is a little off, because that's when the real ad-lib, the real improv happens. And so we're in improv mode here because Robert made a scheduling error. I had originally scheduled the musician Kev Choice to be with us right now, and and he is ready. Okay, I didn't see him anywhere. So if Kev's with us, Kev, go ahead, click the link and come on into the green room, and then we're going to have Savannah do an introduction and share with you a little bit about why I'm so hip on this musician. And I'll just kind of kick it off, and then as he comes in the room, I'll let you take it, Savannah. But I love music, and I love music with a message and a meaning. And Savannah mentioned this gentleman in passing one night on a conversation, and I was just kind of like, okay, yeah, and I was busy. I pulled up a YouTube, but I barely listened to it. I let it play, a few songs play in the background, and they were good, and I liked them, but I didn't have the chance to really dig in. And then COVID happens, and we've got more time. And then amazingly, this artist drops an album from quarantine, from isolation, puts together a great list of people to be on this album with him. And brings forward something that's meaningful, that's socially relevant, and not just socially relevant, but spiritually informed
Uh-huh.
and socially relevant. So, you know, I'm always going to thank you, Reverend Savvy, for turning me on to Kev. And now he's on all the time, and we had a nice time chatting and connecting last night for sound check. So where is the man? Let's get him in.
Oh yeah, he's messaging me now. His internet's being a little slow, so he is clicking on the link I think you sent him to get in right now.
Good.
Yeah, but yeah, he is one of the hardest working people, musicians, artists I've ever met in my life, nonstop. And he just decided to use this time to get creative, and he put together an album in 3 weeks, a full-length album with 30 Bay Area musicians, really well known all over the Bay Area, and they all recorded in their own quarantine. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty incredible how he was able to do that and get them to record from their own homes and then bring it in to create an album. And the album is called Social Distancing. It's been featured in the San Francisco Chronicle. But that's just the beginning of his bio, which I'll give you here shortly. But yeah, I mean, using the time to be creative and tap in. And a lot of his music is very, as you said, socially conscious, spiritually sound. So yeah, I'm excited for people, for the New Thought community to get to meet Kev, because you know, the genres can be across the board, you know, for the kinds of messages that we're wanting to deliver to people. And it's hard to put him in a genre because he does everything. So
exactly. Yeah, I listen everything I listen to, wherever I find it, there is like an instant, wow. He changes genres. He's got an amazing voice, and from what I hear, a real depth of the soul that is coming through. And it looks like we got the man coming in the room right now. So I'm going to slip out of here and let Revy take over and introduce you to Kev.
Sweet. Kev.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so we were just talking about an echo in the line. So we were just talking about you and how you put together an album in 3 weeks. And what it took you to do that. And so I want to introduce you to our new a very and so he is a producer, hip hop artist. He's classically trained. Piano pianist. He has worked for President Barack Obama, and he is a teacher for School of the Arts. He's two incredible kids. And he's people from Airhead to Miss Lauryn Hill, Mos Def. Oh my God. The list is really long. And I met Kev like 6 years ago. And he plays for our Oakland Center for Spiritual Living. And so I wanted the New Thought community to know him because his music is so relevant to our time right now. And it speaks to so many of the issues that we're facing in the world, and also just because he's an incredible performer, world renowned. So I think it's time for his music to, oh, there he is. It's time for his music to be shown to the New Thought community. So I don't think I missed anything else. One other thing. In the open community and in the community. And so he just does everything. And I think his internet's having trouble here.
We've got an echo going on, Kev. Yeah, we can hear you. We've got a little bit of an echo going on, so I was trying to drop you out so Savannah could be heard. And we can hear you, Kev, so why don't we give this a shot. Folks, Kev is in an apartment building, can't get to a hard line to wire in, and we were working on this last night, so we're going to trust that he is going to be able to come through here and share some music with us. And we're going over here.
Sorry about that.
All right, let's give it a shot.
Awesome. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'll just start playing a couple of songs. It's so good to be here with you guys today. Just came to spread a little love. Positive energy. Representing Oakland all around. I spread universal love all around the world. This one for my people near and far. Hit you with the sound that'll touch your heart. Blessings like a message that was sent from God. I spread universal love all around the town. Some claim they are the king, but I wear the crown. Shining like the biggest and the brightest star. Blessings like a message that was sent from God. Universal love, what you give shall return. Every day's a lesson we live and we learn. I take a look around, it got me so concerned. Feels like these are the times the Savior should return. So I look in the mirror, seeing God's reflection. Knowing the change I want to see begins in my perception. Look every person in the eye, allow a real connection. Fear no man, I know the angels over me protect. And nothing for me gets me, she'll ever prosper. Knowing even through the struggles, that just makes me stronger. My sacrifices are the prayers a humble servant offers at the altar. And these bars as hard as the rock of Gibraltar. I never falter, got these haters puzzled like a crossword. I hit them with them spiritual laws, Deepak Chopra. Meditations, mantras, affirmations, honors, uplift, utmost high, Oakland or Wakanda. I spread universal love all around the world. This one for my people near and far. Hit you with the sound that'll touch your heart. Blessings like a message that was sent from God. I spread universal love all around the town. Some claim they are the king, but I wear the crown. Shining like the biggest and the brightest star. Blessings like a message that was sent from conscious mastery, these passages like I'm a pastor. Acrobatic for the people, I've been over backwards. Trying to keep us moving forward, never going back. Harriet Tubman in the tunnel holding up a ladder. Trying to lead the way to deeper understanding. Deepest canyons taking chances, I just keep expanding. The love that I feel, it goes beyond romantic. It's looking out for my brothers like we all was family. It's lifting up my sisters like she was a queen. Empowering these youth and telling them it can be anything. It's spreading synergies, energies through vicinity. Seeking remedies, ending poverty, prayers to my enemies. Lord have mercy, can I get a witness? Practicing forgiveness, clear intentions, positivity. Speaking into existence. Make that first million, spread it back into the community. Make it feel good. Music for our healing, come on. I spread universal love all around the world. This one for my people near and far. Hit you with the sound that'll touch your heart. Blessings like a message that was sent from God. Universal love all around the town. Some claim they are the king, but I wear the crown. Shining like the biggest and the brightest star. Blessings like a message that was sent from God. Universal love all How y'all feeling? How y'all feeling?
So good.
So good.
That was great. That was amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's still an echo.
Sorry about the echo.
I don't know if we lost Robert or what.
Oh, I'm here. I'm trying to find that echo. So what I've learned, folks, is when this happens, let him play. But if Kev or Savannah, if anybody's got a Facebook page open, that might be what's causing it. And in the meantime, we'll let Kev do another song.
Okay, sounds good. I'll make sure I have everything closed on my end. I am going over here on the phone, but like Reverend Savannah was saying earlier, I did do an album recently called Social Distancing. It was songs I literally created once the Bay Area was put into our shelter in place. We were the first area in the whole country to be put into it. I want to say it was March 16th. And one of the first songs that I did was called No Worries. And, coming from our spiritual community, we know we got to keep a positive perspective, knowing that all is good, all the time, you know what I'm saying? And I want to just get some.
All right, he's going to be back, folks. I know it. So again, this is the beauty of ministry. We play without a net. We never know where it's going to take us. And here's Kev coming back in right now. Let's get it back.
Please forgive my Wi-Fi today. It's crazy. I live in an apartment building. People are probably home working from home, and it's probably just going crazy right now. But please forgive that. Thank y'all for tuning back in. I'm gonna get back into this song. It's called No Worries. To the kingdom, Lord, prepare me for this test, prepare me to the best. Lord's prayer before I rest. So my vision while I slept was an angel reaching out a hand saying, following these steps. Know the heavens waiting for you on the other side of death. What is death but a concept for humans to express? Lack of understanding the process will spirit lead the flesh. Eternal rest, no fear, guided by the ancestors blessed. By the elders we protect, every hand we disinfect. Please give me 6 steps. That's a matter of respect. Diseases planned by man-made architect. Government gon' write the checks. Add reparations while the ink went to descendants of Africans, Native Americans, Aztecs. They infected us with smallpox, malaria, yellow fever, influenza, syphilis, and we gon' get through this. So no worries, love, cause we got it by the angels from high above. Now we can be as close as we never was. Pray to God and protect us from whatever comes. No worries, love, cause we got it by the angels from high above. Now we can be as close as we never was. I pray to God and protect us from whatever comes. No worries, love, no worries, saying that I needed some more time at home. Careful what you wish for. The universe is blissful. So many things I missed. So much I took for granted. Things I couldn't see now seem clear as crystals. Maybe this beneficial. We gon' get through. Stay productive and prayerful. For understanding, don't watch the news. It causes panic. My spiritual practices. All is good. All is God. How we think controls it all. Even pray for 45. My soul is lost. Up to him we all deny. We dropped the ball. We needed medical supply. lots of weeks ago. Tests like they did in South Korea, where the virus been suppressed to success. Seems our leaders are met. Some of us are being Rudy Gobert Kim and still hanging out selfish. You know what's next. Martial law, civil unrest. I'm too stressed. Been hella days in the house, ain't left. Starting to get restless, need to connect. Feel your caress. I'll risk death just to be in your presence, but no worries, love. Cause we got it by the angels from high above. Now we can be as close as we never was. Pray to God we protected from whatever comes. But no worries, love. Cause we got it by the angels from high above. Now we can be as close as we never was. Pray to God we protected from whatever comes. No worries. Angels from high above. Now we can be as close as we never was. Pray to God we're protected from whatever comes. No worries.
Awesome.
Whoop. That was awesome. Thank you.
awesome. Thank you.
So thank you for what you do, Kev. I told them musicians I've ever met. The hardest working.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. So
You're one of the best, reverends I've ever met.
nice. So the purpose of the event today is about we are supporting our Feeding America, a place which our youth provide who are on the streets to go need, and also supporting direct relief Best Friends Animal Sanctuary. So, what cause would you say that you support? First,
You said a cause that I support. Well, me being a member of the musician community, and I'm actually a governor on the Recording Academy SF chapter board, and Music Cares is a wing of the Recording Academy. I've been donating a lot of funds to musicians in times of this need, and I definitely I appreciate what they're doing. I know a lot of people have got directly funds for that. A lot of musicians who've had gigs canceled, shows canceled, tours canceled. So Music Cares, which is like I said, is a wing of the Recording Academy. They do a lot of great work for artists and producers, engineers, things like that, and youth as well. So I appreciate Music Cares, and I'm supporting them today for sure. And I was just named vice president of the SF chapter today.
Sweet.
It became official.
That's awesome.
It's great to see the work that the Grammys organization does outside of just the Grammys, but the stuff they do for the everyday artists. So if the artist out there is in need, make sure you check out Music Cares. You can find them online. They definitely have a lot of grants and funds for artists and musicians for sure.
Awesome. Cool. Well, we would love it. We're up on the screen. Music Cares link for donations for the Coronavirus Relief Fund. Kev, would you play us another song?
Sure. Would love to. This is another song off my new album. This is just kind of in response to a lot of things I've been seeing with our government, our leadership, and just kind of got me thinking, how we're being led, the type of people that are leading us. We're all leaders individually, leaders in the community, but the people who are being elected in those political positions, how they're representing us and how would they be perceived if, you know, we were visited from another planet and someone said, "Take me to your leaders"? Take me to your leaders. Are they the best of your kind? What do they believe in? Are their souls divine, or are they guided by greed and power? What's their motivations? In your darkest hour, do you trust their words and guidance? How do they support those you need to serve the most? Do they misuse their control for their own rewards? Or do they keep their word to you? Speak with dignity and truth. Are they righteous in a time of crisis? Do you feel protected by them? Take me to your leaders. Take me to your leaders. Take me to your leaders. Are they worthy? Are they worthy? Take me to your leaders. Take me to your leaders. Take me to your leaders. Are they worthy? Are they worthy? Take me to your leaders. Do they have a heart? Are they just merciful towards all of mankind around the world? What is their philosophy on spreading peace and harmony? What have they done for poverty to provide for everyone in need? Do they follow principles? Integrity, equality for all, especially those suffering. That's what truly makes one great again. Take me to your leaders. Do they bring you joy or pain? Do they have the answers? Is it time to take them down? Oh, take me to your leaders. Take me to your leaders. Like I used to do. After work, hit uptown and have a sip or two. Tip the bartender a few. I know they need it now. Mostly was alone, or probably because I was a sheltered child. Can't imagine mama telling me I couldn't leave the house. Every time she fell asleep, I probably would be sneaking out. Gotta sit them in front of computers just to teach them now. What if they ain't got access? We just gonna leave them out? We gonna have to go another route. 2020 still gonna be the year we do all the things we dreamed about. Put this music out and push back my album release. Lock me down, I drop a project a week. I never cease. Plus I keep my ear to the streets. People looking at this Rona like a mark of the beast. I've been staying in the kitchen trying to cook up a feast. Even calling people normally, we hardly would speak. But I guess it's God's way of telling us to take it slow. The Bay was the first in the country they told to stay at home. In place, all I need is food, music, shelter, and a wifey that'll get sick with me like Idris Elba's. Missing both my seeds, although they're in good places. Thanking both their mothers for stable situations. My son by my doctor, she said, sit still, be patient. People don't know they're contagious. That's why it's dangerous. So every breath I'm taking, I'm thanking Jehovah, Allah, Buddha, whoever you put faith in. Keep praying, meditating, praises to the highest. Remember, behind every gray cloud, a silver lining, y'all. A silver lining. Keep praying, meditating, praises to the highest, and remember, behind every gray cloud, a silver lining. Take me to your leaders, leaders. Take me to your leaders. Take me to your leaders. They're not
Sounds great. Thank you, Kat.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for
Yeah,
having me.
yeah. We're really grateful for you being willing to come on and play for us. And yeah, I think we're just going to continue on here and bring in some more people. Yeah.
Social distancing. Make sure you check it out.
Social distancing. New album.
Choice.
So you can get it on Spotify. Yeah, and Bandcamp, I think. Yeah.
Much love. Thank you, Robert. And thank
All right.
you.
You're welcome. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Kev, so much. Folks, we're going to get rid of this echo here, and I promise we're going to have Kev Choice back in another experience at some point. We'll get him back in. Oh, no, we still have that echo. Live TV, live guerrilla broadcasting, and it's a brave new world and it's a brave new ministry. So, dear ones, let's give a big, huge thank you to Reverend Savannah for being with us today. You got to do double duty here and help us move beyond whatever the sound experience was there. So,
No worries. That was fun.
Thanks for being with us. Folks, there's links that went through on the chat, on the comments. We'll make sure we get those back around to you. Make sure you check out Savvy Chats. Now more than ever, being in community, no matter how large or small or distant or close, even if it's somebody right around the corner, get on a Zoom call with them and have a connection. And that's what Reverend Savannah is providing for us Thursday nights. So I encourage you to take advantage of that. Thanks for being with us, Savvy.
Thanks, you guys. Love you guys.
Bye. Love you.
All right, so folks, we're going to move into the next major portion here. Now, I want you to know, I love how Spirit works because for the most part, we are on schedule at this point. However, I have a pretty good feeling that the fact that my dear friend and cohort in ministry, Reverend Elzia Sekou, is our next guest, I think that means that we won't be on time by the time we're done. And part of that is because Revzi and I have partnered together with a great new project, and we're happy to share it with you here today. I will give you a caveat. Z, you don't know this, but we have a new podcast, and episode 4 was due to be released this morning. So all transparency, you know, this guy took on way too much in this project. We recorded a great episode on Wednesday, but sound check ate up all my whole day yesterday, and I never did get to produce it. So we were going to share with you episode 4 of our brand new podcast, Ministers Talking Bleep. And it's a half-an-hour program. We've got a few episodes up there already, and I do want to share with you the address to that so you can take a look at it. It's a fun look at what's going on in our world, what's real, and it's a couple of ministers talking about whatever we really want to talk about. So we honestly are not throwing each other shade. We're not here putting each other down. We're not talking. We're just talking. So you can check that out at ministertalk.transistor.fm. Elzia, my brother, welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thank you. How you doing today, my brother?
Ooh, how many hours is it now?
I'm sure you have a pot of coffee somewhere.
Iced tea.
Yeah, okay. Same difference.
Lots and lots and lots of iced tea. So, Z, I know you've been following along all day long. And so give everybody a perspective. What's been your experience of this thing today? I know you've been here for a number of different musicians. You've been able to check in and drop in and drop out. I promise not to tell your real job that's been going on today. But hey, it's a Friday. It's casual Friday, right? But if you would share with us a little perspective of your experience of this marathon so far.
Sure. I think it's been a great success, given it's the first time that you had this brainstorm 2 weeks ago and you were able to pull this together and grab the quality of people and musicians and work through all of the technical stuff to make this happen. And you brought in people from all over the country, from the East Coast to the Midwest to the West, all the way up into Canada, actually. So, I mean, I think it's been great. I think it's the start of something brand new and exciting to give the New Thought community a place and a face, so that we can add to and continue to contribute to a long history of New Thought ministries and New Thought ideas that are very much in vogue right now.
I'm getting better at turning off my mic when I'm taking notes. So, so yes, I think you're very, very much right there. Right. It's now is the Ernest Holmes said back in the 50s or 40s or somewhere, right? Religious science is the next great impulsion in American spirituality and in a consciousness.
Yeah. Yes.
And I know a lot of so many colleagues that are not at all really like surprised at what we're going through. They may be surprised at the form that it took to get us here and the form it's taken in the immediacy. But the big picture, we really are in the process of awakening to our spiritual magnificence, to creating a world. And as Centers for Spiritual, we've been praying on these things for over a decade now. It's about time they manifested, don't you think?
No doubt. I mean, and I mean, when you look at the Science of Mind textbook, the first sentence says, Ernest says, I look forward to the day when religion and spirituality will be able to walk hand in hand. And right now is that time. When we look at quantum physics and how it dovetails so very nicely, like hand in glove with religious science and the new way of thinking, that time has come now. And so these teachings are current, they're state of the art, and just like anything, we just have to try them on and practice.
Yeah, exactly. Try them on and practice. Imagine that, folks. It comes back to our spiritual practice again and again and again and again, right? How many times have you asked that question in the past month?
Yes, almost every day.
Almost every
especially when I get to the point where I don't want to do the practice, but I know I'm going to feel worse if I don't, so I do it.
Yep, exactly. Exactly. And it doesn't surprise me, folks, right? That's part of the seed that brought us to this experience, to this amazing day of music and conversation. Early part of March, recognize that I'm going to be home and probably for a month or two, and recognize that if I just let myself kind of sleep until I want to every day, who knows what time I'm going to get up. And so there we go. I've got a typo. Thank you. I love when the spirit tells me I've got a typo. And that's what happened for me. I realized that I had to have a solid spiritual practice. I recognized that if I made a commitment to be on air and to be live every morning at a certain time, then I would do whatever it took to make sure I was there. And I tell you, folks, I haven't missed a morning since. Yeah. It's important to keep the spiritual practices in alignment, to keep our human practices in alignment as well. So,
and that's a key thing. Even no matter how small the thing is, it's the attitude and the commitment to building that practice. Even if that practice only takes 3 minutes, over time it will grow and it will be seeded. And that's what we're trying to do today is to plant these seeds of giving to the foundations and organizations we're looking at today, and to begin to expand this new thought idea of a world that works for everyone, and knowing that we are living in a times where spiritual practice and open-hearted giving and loving and supporting is the thing of the day.
Yeah, Exactly. All right. Well, there we are, folks. We heard the words. We heard the magic words, giving and supporting. And that really is kind of what we're all here for today, raising funds for great causes that are doing the heavy work, the heavy lifting of creating a world that works for everyone, of supporting us and waking up to our spiritual magnificence. So, Rev Z, I know you know the list of causes that we're all about and that we're here to raise funds for today. I've been asking everybody which one they support and how, and if it was their money, where they would spend their money. What I haven't been asking is, and how much are you going to spend? But I won't put you on the spot there, my brother. How about we just stay with the original question? Of our four, which one calls to you?
Well, I'm sure you've had this a couple of times a day at least, where, there are two things that really call to my heart. And so, my donation is going to be split between two. That is Feed America and Safe Places. Feeding America, I'm from the South. My grandfather had, and his brothers, they had almost a 400-acre farm and grew everything from sugarcane to peanuts to corn to livestock, made cane juice and canes. I mean, it was a full-on operation. So I know now during this time that a lot of farmers don't have the help to produce that food off the field, and so some people are going to be missing food. So the ability to help people get food and some fresh food if they can is great. And for Safe Places for kids, I wish there would have been a place like that for me when I was growing up, because I could have used a bit. I was sometimes on the left-hand curve, but I think helping kids in any capacity. I've run rites of passage programs for a number of years and working with our youth to be the leadership of what's going to be in front of us when we take a seat. So the good thing is to be able to help these kids have a good foundation, know how to work through issues, and be supported. I think that's what's going to make a better place for us. Yeah,
Absolutely. All right. Well, you heard it there, folks. Safe Place and Feeding America from Reverend Elzia Sekou. And these are the times where it's super important. Whether it's a couple of dollars or more. We've had donations everywhere today from $5 to over $100 in a single donation. Who out there wants to be the first person to throw in $1,000 on a single donation? Let's put the money in the hands of the organizations that can do the most good and are doing the most good right now, providing kids a place to sleep when they're out on the streets. And that's happening far too often right now. I can't imagine what my kids would do. I mean, I love them and they're pretty self-sufficient, but can you imagine what you would have done at 15 or 16 if you ended up on the streets? And I know some of you out there can, and you were there. Grace of God, I never went there, and Safe Place is really there for all of them. We can't say it enough. And of course, Feeding America. I think that's been the favorite of pretty much everybody on the program today. Everyone wants to know that everyone is being fed, and that we all have that basic sustenance, and that we're able to have food in our bellies and to be able to eat. So I'm going to say thank you, Z, for being on with us. Our next musical act is waiting in the wings. Perhaps come back later and check in on us a little later. We'll see how the All-Star Jam is going.
Will do. I'll be back later on. Everybody have a great evening. It's been a great fun, and look forward to next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for being with us. Z, we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. All right. Peace and blessings.
And that means, dear ones, we get to jump. Let me get rid of some of these banners and get some new banners up here for you. If you've been watching it all today, you know how excited I am about musicians and music. And, well, it's New Thought Radio. If I wasn't, I'd be in the wrong job. I'd be in the wrong chair here. So, and right now I'm really excited because you get to experience the man. Like, this is the guy that turned me on to New Thought music, to positive music. I was a long-haired hippie freak, still running around the country following hippie bands, and then I ended up in a religious science church, and yeah, it was a religious science church at that time.
Yeah, it is.
And here's this long-haired guy who, at that point, didn't have really any hair, very short hair at that time. We've kind of switched, Rick. So Rick Charette's the music director at the Salt Lake Center for Spiritual Living, and we met way back when in 2001. Unfortunately, after I left Salt Lake is when he met his beautiful wife, Shemaine, and so we have not had the pleasure to really get to know each other, be in the room as often. We've had a chance to share in a few experiences and a few different opportunities and such. And so I'm just grateful that, number one, one of my best buds in this music gig is here, that he gets to share this with a lovely woman, his wife. And Shemaine doesn't know this, but she is the recipient of the Trooper Award for this event, because Shemaine has put in more hours than I have in the past 2 weeks working to get the sound correct for them. So Shemaine, you've gone above and beyond. If I were you guys, I would have canceled on me a week ago.
We're almost there.
and we're going to be there in about 30 seconds because I'm going to shut up now, let you folks relax and listen to the beautiful sounds of Rick and Shemaine Charette live from Salt Lake City. I'm so grateful you folks are with us. Please take us away.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. And since I have spent all week trying to get the sound just right, I wouldn't mind feedback in the comments at all about the balance and if we're overdriving.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Robert, for this opportunity. It's awesome. It's wonderful work you're doing, and it was hard for us to choose the cause that we wanted to get behind. So. But I think we're feeding America. That's where we're putting our priority right now.
Right on.
Anyway, this wonderful song, Shemaine wrote the words and some of the music, and it's called "There's Hope." There's hope. Sure.
Tells 3 true stories.
Okay, here we go.
You think the circumstance will always last, but she kept searching and hoping and finding the answers along her path. Now her passion is back. She cooks like a chef, flying hands across the frying pan. Well, there's hope and there's peace, and I believe there's helping hands that we can't see. The purpose is a mystery, but there's hope. I knew a man whose doctors told him he was near the end. He didn't believe them, but just in case he lived out loud till then. And he kept searching and praying and finding the answers along his path. Now his cancer is gone and he keeps moving on with the best life he's ever had. Oh, there's hope and there's peace, and I believe lived under a 10,000-pound elephant. To say it was hard to get out of bed would be a massive understatement. But I kept searching and praying and finding the answers along my path. Now I'm singing and dancing and laughing and living the aftermath of hope and peace. And I believe there's helping hands that we can see. The purpose is a mystery, but there's hope. There's hope. I want to tell you there's hope. There's hope.
Yes, 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 there is hope. You folks are getting you're getting some shout outs. Now, you know, those that recognize the last name there, that's my darling wife, and she's been gigging on this. She keeps dancing in and out of my office for all the different artists. And here's a name I know you two know. The Right Reverend Linda Brewer is with us.
Hey, Linda.
You know, she confirms you always go above and beyond, and Salt Lake is very blessed to have these beautiful folks. We're very blessed to have them with us here today. Julia is with the Levines. You know, we never did answer that question this morning, folks, but I'll get it right eventually. So I love seeing musicians that were with us 8, 9, 10 hours ago now are coming back to catch the late acts and to catch the other musicians, and that stirs my soul because
it's been fun for us to watch all the guests come and just hear we feel a little remote in Salt Lake sometimes, not getting to hear what's out there. So it's just been a thrill to hear the quality and the spirit of the music coming through.
Right on.
Beautiful songwriting.
So you guys, you really don't want to know the download that Spirit just gave me. So I'm gonna let you sing another song, and then I'm gonna check in on some prayer work real quick, and see if Spirit really wants me to tell you the download I just got. So how about we get a little more music from Rick and Shemaine, folks, and let them have the stage, please.
Okay. We're going to just switch places here.
Musical chairs.
So at the Salt Lake Center every Sunday we have a centering song, and I have written a couple of them, and I just couldn't decide which one, so I made a medley. Well, no, Rick, the arranger, made a medley. Hush, hush, my busy mind. It's time to rest. Trade in my busy sounds for the sound of silence. Sweet music, open the door. Ease my way. Help me feel again the sound of silence. to take this time to listen and feel what's really real. It's time to remember the silence. It's time to step into the light, to let it shine on whatever is here, to be healed, celebrated, and loved. Bring your fears, your celebrations, your divine discontents, and your burning desires. It's all good. It's all God. Bring it into the oneness. I hear the voices softening. This quiet has its own kind of ring. I say yes to this deepening, to the one voice that says welcome home. Yes, I'm home. Rest, rest, my heart and mind, embraced by the sound of silence.
I'm pretty sure that was worth the price of admission, folks. How about you?
Can't hear you till we put our headphones on.
Right on. I was saying, I'm pretty sure that was worth the price of admission, folks. And beautiful sound. Patricia Watson, singer, went with us. It was earlier today. Beautiful. Your voice is like an angel's blessings. And Raymond Anderson. I think that's a big clap. Music, Stars in Love. Stars in Love.
Cool.
So
Nice.
Raymond's going to be on here in a little bit, but though I'm going to have to ask him what kept him away from 5 stars.
Oh.
Come on, Raymond. That was a 5-star performance if I ever saw one. So thank you, folks. Folks, we are running a little beyond schedule, but I want to hear one more. If you guys have got one more, because I'm not letting these folks go without a third song. And off we go. Please take us away.
Okay, all right.
This is called Change for the Better. It's a good timely tune. I dare you to sit still.
Life is always changing, and I know change will do me good. Life is always changing, and I know change will do me good. When I stay in one place too long, I welcome change for the better. When something just feels wrong, I welcome change for the better. Teachers blooming round us always change for the better. And I know change will do me good. Yes, I know I change for the better. Yes, I know change, it's all good. Good. Life is always changing, and I know changes do me good. When I stay in one place too long, I welcome change for the better. It just feels wrong, I welcome change for the better. Nature's blooming round us, so it's change for the better. And I know change will do me good. Yes, I know I change for the better. Yes, I know change, it's all good.
Yeah, change for the better. All right, I like that. That was really good. So, folks, thank you so much. Rick, Charmaine, thank you so much for being with us here today.
Thanks for having us. This has
Yeah.
been fun.
Yeah.
And you know, you gave me that little nudge from the universe to get my gear all set up to do this on our own. So thank you.
There you go. And Reverend Raymond has chimed back in. 3 stars plus a heart equals God bumps.
Yes.
And he said, yeah, 5 stars is just 5 stars. So, okay. We'll take it.
Awesome. Awesome.
Exactly. Okay, so you guys ready for the big download?
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I about to get busier?
Oh yeah. If you haven't figured out, when God gives me a download, nobody gets any less work. That's for sure. Because we're here to create. So I saw it as clear as day. Right. And Rick, as you shared that sometimes it's a little tough. It feels like Salt Lake is isolated and not. It's tough to stay aware of what's going on. And I've always felt the same is true in the converse. Like, so many people don't know what's going on in Salt Lake City. And there's always been great music there. The years I spent there were fabulous. And there's been a hub of really strong new thought in general, science of mind. Reverend Kathy Ann Lewis was there for a while.
Believe it or not.
Reverend Donald Graves there for a long time. There's been a lot of great ministers that have come out of that Salt Lake Center.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say I'm on the low now, but I'm one of them. And Reverend
That's
Nicole, Reverend Nicole Murgis, Reverend C.C. Coltrane,
Molly Cameron.
Molly Cameron. So many great ministers over the years, and you guys have had this great ministry. So here it is. Here's the big download. Let's put together a video album. So a concept album, and all the songs are produced just like you normally would, and then we wrap them all around in a mixture of both live and performance style videos. And you don't sell an album, we're going to sell a video album. There's God's big download for you guys.
I love it.
Yeah,
Let's
that's
talk.
awesome.
Right on. New Thought Radio, folks. New Thought Radio, New Thought Media Network. We're coming up with new ideas all the time. We're going to bring you these. We're going to continue to bring you these great artists and these amazing vibrations, because it is through art like this, it is through music like this, that we raise the vibration of the planet, and we raise the vibration of human consciousness. We evolve into the newness that is beckoning us forward. So, I'm starting to preach.
Well, that's my dream. That's my heart's desire. So thank you.
Well, thank you. We're going to keep moving. Oh, go ahead.
I want to thank all the musicians who have given their gifts today, and all the speakers, the practitioners and ministers, and I want to thank you, Robert. I know this is a big deal for you, and you see the big picture, and I feel like we're riding your coattails, and it's awesome. So thanks for the opportunity. Thanks for the causes you brought forward. Dip into your pocketbooks, people. Let's make America great again.
And donate. Yes. There we go. Vote and donate and feel the love. Yeah. Perfect. Right on. Well, folks, I'm going to bring in my dear friend, our next dear guest, and thank Rick and Sinead one more time. Let's send them a little love.
You're wonderful.
Thank you.
We love you.
All right. Okay, time for a banner switch, because these are not Reverend. I put a Reverend Rick in there. I think I'm affirming something they don't know. This is the amazing Reverends Valerie and Michael Torfey. Hello, dear ones. These guys, girls, gals, these two are, again, I just love I love the commitment that I have seen from the two of you to this philosophy. And I know that Reverend Michael, you studied with Reverend Michael Beckwith at Agape. You were instrumental in New Thought in the Western Slope of Colorado for a long time in Grand Junction. You've supported numerous communities around the movement. And then Reverend Valerie, we met in school, and you just kind of, man, did you amplify his energy. And now the two of you together have got the North Metro Center for Spiritual Living. Or did I put it on the wrong side? Should
You did, but that's okay.
Living North Metro.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about that, and I'll change our placard here.
Well, we just celebrated our first year of existence in April, and things are going good. We didn't expect to have to go worldwide with streaming our service, but we were ahead of the curve. Luckily, we met a man named Anthony Pritchard. Sorry, easy for me to say. And he took us into a whole new realm of how to do Sunday service. And we're definitely appreciative of him that we started it before, just like minutes before it all happened. And we've been going good. We have a lot of the musicians as part of our service that have been on your show, and we love them all and love the new ones that we're getting to watch, and love what you're doing.
Right.
Oh, well, thank you, and I love what you guys are doing. You know, it's never easy to pioneer and plant a new community, and especially a physical community when so many things are online. And what I've witnessed is the two of you being a bridge between, let's say, that more traditional style of in-person, face-to-face ministry, and now being willing to dive in deep and doing the work. You know, these guys are taking classes. I know this. They're taking workshops and classes in the background to be better with their online work and bring their community forward. I shared the other night that it was Valerie that reminded me first that we all went global pretty much overnight. So I want to share, you got definitely getting some love from Brother Elzia here.
Hey, Elzia.
Our classmate.
And one of our biggest fans of the day, who's been here all along. We've got a number of people.
Hey.
We've got a number of people that have been with us all day long, and that's been great. So I do want to hear, well, let's talk about causes, because I'm not sure what I want to hear, but I do want to, and I came up with a new concept. Can we just call you the Revs Torfy now?
Absolutely.
Yeah, the Revs Torfy.
Revs Torfy, Revs plural Torfy. I like that. So here's how you can stay in touch with these beautiful beings on Facebook, folks. Pretty straightforward Facebook names to follow. And I showed you the North Metro stuff. So let's talk a little bit about causes, because today really is, it's important, because we're having a good time and we're all getting together and we're hearing this great music, but there's something much bigger going on here. And I know that you two especially, you understand the laws of giving and receiving. We've had conversations each around tithing and the importance of that in people's lives, of general overall giving. We've got a number of causes we're contributing to today. When we're spending your money, where would we spend your money?
Well, you know, I think all those causes are just really great, and I think they're all just really necessary, and I'm grateful to you for doing all this. But I'm particularly concerned about people who might not have enough to eat right now. I just think staying at home and not having funds to feed your family must be just a really, really hard thing. And so that's where my heart is, as well as the other places too, because everybody that I've heard talk about the other places, they're all really important too. But I really think that feeding America is so important.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you can't get along too well without food.
Very, very true. Very, very true. So,
you know, eating and breathing, we need it.
Exactly. And I'll tell you, folks, we'll show that banner again for you real quick. Feeding America is really the food bank for the food banks. What they do is they make sure that all of the local food banks across the country are stocked, have the resources they need. They provide other oversight, or not oversight, but insight and resources to help food banks operate. But they also do a great job of getting food moved around when it needs to be moved from place to place to place. So I think it's a fabulous place for us to be putting our money and our effort right now. So let's do this. We are anticipating the Lula clan to arrive any moment now here shortly. So which is another one of the connections, folks, right? I love making connections, and I love putting people in rooms to make connections. So Susie Lula and Jamie Lula are scheduled to be with us here very shortly, and I know that Reverend Michael, you've had a relationship with them in the past. You were all at Agape together for quite a while.
Actually, Jamie was in the first class I TA'd was Foundation, and Jamie was one of the class people in the class. Get that experience because he's a wild and crazy guy.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Good. So I think that's the call, Jamie. It's time to come answer, because otherwise Reverend Michael might start telling some stories.
He might.
But how about this? How about a taste of prayer? I'll slip aside and let the two of you do a share of prayer for us and get us anchored in that place again, please.
Okay. So as we just move into that place within ourselves where God exists, recognizing that God is all that there is, perfect, whole, and complete, the source of everything we need, want, or could ever think of, the source of life, eternal life, that source, that life that is my life here and now, that life of each, especially Robert for doing all this, but that life for each and every person that is in listening of my voice. Right where you are, God is. Right where we all are, God is. And so I bless this planet. I bless every aspect of it. I send out light and love to those places where there's conflict. I send out light and love to those places where there's lack and limitation. Yes. I send out light and love to the planet as it rejuvenates itself because of what's going on. I send out light and love to every living creature on this planet, knowing that we all need each other for the highest and best good. I send out light and love to Jamie and Susie as they follow us. I know that they are too touched by the Spirit of the living God. I know everything's in perfect order as I pass to Reverend Valerie.
Thank you. And so I just take this time to recognize all of those people who are serving and people who are having trouble making ends meet. And as we take this time together, it's so important that we remember all of the people who are supporting us and all of the people who need our help. And so as we surround them with light and love and abundance and prosperity, and know that we're moving toward a world that works for everyone, that each and every person is equally valuable and we all have gifts to give. And so as we in the Centers for Spiritual Living embrace it and know it, we're spreading that word out, we're spreading our energy out, we're creating that amazing lifting of the planet and lifting of the people on the planet and lifting of the people who have been underserved and lifting of the people who need money and food and jobs and lifting them, lifting so that everyone on this planet has enough. There's enough for everyone. And so all of us in Centers for Spiritual Living and all of us know that as we put our word toward this, we put our minds toward this, we put our energy toward us, we are feeding the planet. We are healing the planet. We are healing each other. We are helping each other. We are looking in other people's eyes and recognizing we're looking at ourselves. We are one with the one with God, one with all there is. And we are treating that out. We are acting that out. We are bringing that into fruition in this country right here and right
That's
now. And
right.
so I'm so grateful to know this
you.
truth, grateful to be speaking it right now,
you.
grateful to accept that it is done in the mind of God and that it is manifesting into
Mhm.
form right here and right now. I know it is done. I accept it is done, and there's nothing more for me to do. So I release this word into the spirit of love, into the action of the law, knowing it is done. And together we say,
And so it is.
And so it is. Oh, yeah. I love it when ministers get on fire.
That's them.
You feel it, right, folks? This
you
is
feel it.
this is life. This is real, and it's an affirmation of what's real and what we desire in our lives, what we know is truth. Not some wishy-washy hope that somebody might do something or that some mysterious all-knowing God will take favor on me.
Right.
No, it's about knowing that it's available to all of us at all times. And yeah, see, and I'm telling you, she and I she's upstairs. We're not communicating. We're not telling each other what to say.
Do it anyway.
Exactly. You could feel it. You could feel it. So, well, thank you, dear ones. You're welcome to hang out. The Lula clan has not arrived yet, so we're working on in the background communicating there, seeing if maybe there was a miscommunication at times. But I do want to respect your time as well and what you've offered to give us here today. So,
Well, everybody should tune in to us this Sunday because we're talking about living in the unknown, which the planet is doing right now.
That's right.
yes, exactly. And there's those addresses again, folks. You can catch Reverend Valerie, the Reverend's Torfy. I'll get it. Catch them on cslnorthmetro.org or on facebook.com/CSL North Metro.
And we're donating at paypal.me/New Thought Radio.
Yes.
Okay.
And donations today go to New Thought. Yes, paypal.me/New Thought Radio. So
Thanks for doing this, Robert.
Yes, yes.
absolutely.
Amazing.
I can't
Robert.
believe how much energy you still have left. God must be working for you big time.
It's 6 o'clock, folks. That means I've been at this for 10 hours.
Oh my God.
And I've got at least 2 more. And maybe a third to go. So we'll see how that works out. But again, thank you so much for being with us. I love you and I bless you. And we're going to keep doing more fun stuff together.
Okay. Blessings, blessings,
Namaste.
blessings.
Namaste. Love you guys.
Love you too.
So there we are, folks. Yes, 10 hours into this. And we know not where it's going, but we know that it's going. No, I am not Patricia Watson. Trying to find the one that says who I am. Who am I at this point? Oh, well, don't worry about it. You know who I am. So, okay, here's our objective for the moment. We are putting out a big, huge prayer call to Susie Lula, Jamie Lula, and Gary Lynn Floyd. I have sent a group text to them over Facebook. And we're working on getting them in. So there must have been a communication because I know these guys are all excited to be here. I've spoken with all 3 of them, and I know they're super excited to be with us. So I'm thinking, let's have a little bit of fun. We did this earlier a couple times today. Let me make sure I still have the recording up. And while I do this, this has been a people have really enjoyed this over the last couple times we've done it. So, but the majority of it is not there. We're going to look real quick here and let me determine if I know where this file is. Oh, I bet you it's in my downloads. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be easy? There it is. Okay. So, earlier today, this happened a couple times today. We've had a chance where the Science of Mind Archives and Library was so gracious. They brought us an audio recording of Dr. Ernest Holmes, the founder of Science of Mind. And it's both times that we've done this, people have said it's been really impactful. Yes. Yes, Danny, I do think they were. So if you can get a message along to the folks that be, that would be really, really fun. And I promise to stop doing my Jamie Lula impression with your name, if you can do that for me. So here's what we're going to do, folks. It's a few minutes long. It's an audio recording, and it's of the founder of Science of Mind, Dr. Ernest Holmes. This is really, it's good to, it's just kick back and listen to it. Let the words overflow you. Hold on, here we go.
You live, move, and have your being in God. There is one life. That life is your life now. This life is never afraid of anything. It never runs away from anything. The spirit within you, being God, does not need to be buoyed up. It does not long for anything, because it already possesses everything. You are one with this life, one with its love, its power, and its peace, one with its wholeness and its joy. In this spirit you are secure. You are safe because you are one with God. Therefore you may have an enthusiastic joy in living, a quiet confidence and strength, because you know that you live, move, and have your being in divine life. Say to yourself then, I am not running away from anything. I am not seeking to avoid anything. I am not afraid of anything. I am one with all life, one with all good. I meet every situation in joy, in peace, and in confidence. I know there is a power greater than I am, governing me and sustaining me. I am safe in the protecting presence of this divine power. Wherever I go, I expect to meet with joy, love, and friendship, because I am born of pure spirit and live in it. I recognize the spirit in all people, in all events, in every situation. Therefore, I move with ease and in calm confidence. I know that I am wanted, needed. I know that I am loved. I am part of life. I feel myself whole, strong, and self-reliant in life. I have confidence in myself because I first have confidence in God, the power greater than I am, which is flowing through me. God's life needs no stimulant. It has no association with any memory of ever having derived benefit from any stimulant. I am now free from the belief that there is any power, any good, or any reality to it. There is nothing in it that can suggest either pleasure or pain. There is nothing in my physical body or mind that feels the need of it. The spirit in which I live and the life which flows through me stimulates my every act and thought to joyful, happy, and successful accomplishment. I now feel my oneness with that spirit which is greater than I am, that spirit which is perfect and complete, that spirit which is love and peace, that spirit which is God.
And that, folks, is the voice of Dr. Ernest Holmes. And we now have Floyd Lula with us. Gentlemen, my apologies. We published the schedule on Mountain Time, and I think it got transposed for some of the West Coast artists. So my apologies. Thank you. That one's on me, and thank you guys so much for rushing here to be with us. Take a moment and relax and say hello. Ladies and gentlemen, Gary Lynn Floyd and Jamie Lula.
Woo! Thanks to Danny Miller for watching and was like, hey, you're on. You're like, wait, what?
Well, I got to say, I've been having fun doing a Jamie Lula impression all day of Danny Miller in the house. And I forget whether, I think that was on the first Floyd Lula album, right? Danny Miller in the house!
Yeah, exactly.
And I looked over and there was Danny Miller's name. And I'm like, oh, thank God Danny will be there. And there, wait, no, come back, come here, come take your kudos. We saw him, folks. There was a rare sighting of the Danny Miller on video. So, all right, folks, this is one of those parts of the evening where we're just super excited to have these two gentlemen with us. You know, these two guys have been stalwarts of the New Thought movement for Jamie for a long time. Gary's been with us in the New Thought movement a dozen years or more, I think now at this point, but somehow around 3 years ago, I think it was, there's Danny Miller.
Wait, get back. Danny Miller, get back here. Get back here, Danny Miller.
Danny. Get back.
Come on. Give it up for Danny Miller, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for being here, sir. So a few years ago, these two guys got together and decided to start writing songs and performing together. And what came of that is Floyd Lula. So we don't know exactly what we're going to happen here today, but we're trying and we're taking a step out there. And one way or the other, what I know is we're going to hear some good music. So I'm going to get my butt off the stage and let these two amazing beings take it. Gentlemen, please.
Awesome.
Hey,
Lula.
hey, Floyd. How you doing?
I'm
we
good.
were just
How are you?
we were just writing earlier today. We wrote like our 8th or 9th song since we've been sequestered.
And
Today
then
we
we're
were
just
working.
see you at 5:45 for our
Yeah.
6 o'clock 6 o'clock time.
I love when
Bless
that
our
happens.
hearts.
You want to play a song?
Yeah, you know, Jamie and I are having to play. We're going to swap back and forth because when we try to play together on any of the platforms that exist right now, it really becomes kind of a train wreck. And so, yeah, I'll play one, then Jamie will play one, and we did figure out a way to do one of them together. So we'll do that. I was going to put I didn't even get a chance to do a post that says we'll be on in 15 minutes, but so. Here we go. Can you hear that, Jane? The first song Jamie and I wrote. Everything beneath the sun breathes like a harmonium. Pure perfection has begun, shining like a midnight sun. Out of darkness I have come. I see God in everyone. Let me be an instrument, guided by an heaven sent. May these grapes of pain ferment, alchemize to love's content, ever be a sacrament, knowing God is my intent. God, let me know your name, hold me in the same breath as your word. Oh God, I feel you all around. Oh, how you astound me with your grace. Rolling like a thundercloud, let me live my love out loud, standing for mankind and proud, baptized in a holy shroud, Peace be still and know me now. God is in all I have found. God, let me know your name. Hold me in the same breath as your word. Oh God, I feel you all around. Oh, how you astound me with your grace. Spinning like a prayer fields, turning like Ezekiel's wheels. Nothing like a kiss seals this spirit I've become. Knowing what I'm here for, rowing on to distant shores, flowing from the infinite, God in everyone. Oh, spinning like a prayer fields, turning like Ezekiel's wheels. Nothing like a kiss seals this spirit I've become. Knowing what I'm here for, rowing on to distant shores, flowing from the infinite, God in everyone. Out of darkness I have come. I see God in everyone.
Woohoo!
Are you muted, Jamie?
Yes. Now we've got
man.
Jamie.
I missed all that, Jamie.
Woo!
There you go. There you go.
There we go. All right, let's hand it right on over to Jamie Lula, folks, the other half of Floyd Lula.
This is actually a song that, there's my wife, she's in the waiting room. Look at that smile. I think this particular day, Floyd, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we wrote 3 songs this day. This
was the 3-song day.
Drifting, and something, I can't remember what else. Sweet Mary, I think we started.
Wow. That was
If we lived closer and we could be in the same room, we'd probably keep doing that, but we're so blessed, we're so grateful that you're here supporting Robert, and so grateful that my wife is here. You should put her smiling face on billboards around the country just to raise the vibration. I'm not my story. I'm not my song. Been seeking glory my whole life long. Been on my own since I was born. A badge of less than I have worn. I've fallen down, I've bled my knees, stumbled on life's mediocrities, wordless without a prayer, or so I thought. The battles that I won I never fought. Not my story, I'm not my song. Been seeking glory my whole life long. Been on my own since I was born. A badge of less than I have worn. Been judging you as much as me. Seeking surrender, haven't found the key. Battered, broken, living blue. Can I forgive myself and see the truth? I'm not my story, I'm not my song. Been seeking glory my whole life long. Been on my own since since I was born, a badge of less than I have worn. Oh, bless this evolution, conscious contribution. Only one solution. It's love, it's love, it's love, it's love. Bless this evolution, conscious contribution. Only one solution is love, it's love, it's love, it's love. This is my story, this is my song. I've been bound for glory my whole life long. I've been lifted up since I was born. The Holy Spirit has taken form. Oh, this is my story, this is my song. I've been bound for glory my whole life long. I've been lifted up since I was born. The Holy Spirit has taken form. Oh, 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 bless this evolution, conscious contribution. There's only one solution. It's love, it's love, it's love, it's a love. Bless this evolution, conscious contribution. Oh, only one solution is love, it's love, it's love, it's love. This is my story, this is my song. I've been bound for glory my whole life long. I've been lifted up since I was born. The Holy Spirit is taking form. The Holy Spirit is taking form. The Holy Spirit. Woo! That's what I do at the end of all my songs during these Zoom conferences. Woo!
Oh, gentlemen, and dear one, Susie, thank you for being with us. I want you to know I love how all the musicians from today keep just showing up to say hello to their friends and be a part of this community. So
Hey, Eddie Watkins Jr. in the house.
Love you, Eddie.
And Eddie was with us earlier. Now, remember, Eddie, I know you're listening. You're welcome to come back for the All-Star Jam. And the All-Star Jam is going to happen in just a little while, actually. It starts at about 8:15 Mountain Time. So I know that's
7:15 Pacific.
7:15 Pacific, 10:15 for Eddie's time. So we'll get the late night Eddie with the early night Lula Floyd mix. That should be kind of fun as well. And I did see another comment in here that I really wanted to make sure everybody saw, and it's that one. There we go. This is Lula is gorgeous too. So, but I want you folks to know that Susie's not just here because she's a pretty face. Susie is a great spiritual teacher in her own right, and we're gonna take all the boys aside for a moment and let Susie share us with some wisdom and some insight for a little bit. Susie's an Agape licensed spiritual counselor. Also has a master's in arts of spiritual psychology. Does amazing work in the world, and she's going to share a little bit with us here today, and then she'll bring Floyd Lula back for another song or two. Susie, please.
Thank you so much for having me, first of all, and thank you so much for putting this together. I have so much acknowledgement and admiration for you for putting this all together, and I'm very grateful. Thank you for including me. And I think we're all just the luckiest people on planet Earth right now to get to be part of this, to hear Jamie and Gary. I thought maybe if everyone is willing, how about we all just join together, and I will center us with a little prayer. I think that this time of COVID has, there's my husband. One of the things of the many, many, many gifts that it's bringing us and the many, many opportunities that it's giving us to each and all be in our own homes has, to me, it's not lost on me that it is a call and an opportunity for me to come back home to myself, to be able to have this little bit of breath and spaciousness to reflect and become contemplative about any of the ways that any of us maybe have gotten away from the home that's in our heart. We have physically been placed in our own home. And I think, as I said, the metaphor isn't lost on me. How comfortable are you feeling in the heart of your own home? And so let's take that into a moment of prayer. If that feels good to you, to gently close your eyes. Maybe if it feels right to you, to place your hand on your heart as a physical intentionality, to say, I am intending, I'm committed, I'm dedicated, I'm seeking, I'm wanting, I'm available, I'm desiring to connect with my real, true, ultimate home, the home that is in my heart, the home that is in the heart of the divine, God, spirit, source, energy, whatever you want to call it, to be willing to be home within ourselves, home within our own skin. So it is from this place of deep gratitude that I am just so aware that there is just this one energy, it's one presence, it's everywhere, it's all good, it's all love, unconditional love, a love that is infinite, a love that is beyond my articulation, and yet I feel it coursing through every cell, every fabric and fiber of my being. It's here, it's within me, it's alive, it's vibrant. And I know that this is my nature, this aliveness, this vibrancy, this radiance, even in the midst of exactly what I'm going through, even in the midst of any situation and circumstance that this COVID may be presenting. I know that this presence is my nature and is the nature of each one of us. Reverend Robert, Jamie, Gary, every musician, every speaker, and everyone who is taking their time to come and be a part of this, everyone who is donating, everyone who feels called to be fed, to be nourished. This is our nature, this vibrancy, this radiance. And so I speak this word just inviting, welcoming each of us, all of us, to find that place where we feel at home in our own heart. And certainly the music that Jamie and Gary are providing, that music is the medicine, it is a bridge, it is a portal to bring us home to ourselves. So in whatever way feels right for each and all of us to open our heart, that for the remainder of this time together, through the music, through the speakers, that our heart is so open that we find our way into deeper crevices and recesses of the heart that remind us that we are always at home within ourselves and the heart of God. And so I am grateful. I know this is already done, and so it is. Amen.
And so it is. Beautiful. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
And folks, you can stay in contact with Susie at susielula.com is a great way to connect with her. And you're on Facebook as well, I believe.
I am, and Instagram.
And oh, good. We've got another IG-er. I'm just learning the whole IG language. So
it's a sweet place to be.
There we go. Cool. All right. So, Susie, do you know what these two have concocted and what they're up to and what's coming next?
I do, and I don't, all at the same time, which is just the pleasure of these two individuals. But what I can say and what I do know for certain are actually, I know many things for certain about these two extraordinary beings and musicians. First of all, that they're two of my closest friends on planet Earth, and I feel deeply grateful to get to be walking with them, because what I can tell everyone listening is that their songs come from such real places within them, so authentic, and then each of their individual talents. And then we don't get to hear this tonight because of technology lag, but to hear their voices together is also just another layering of their real genius, because, you know, you just don't hear voices and songs like this often in a lifetime. So what I know that they're up to is always being of service, always offering so generously of their music, offering it, as I was saying in the prayer, offering it as medicine to assist us to, and I think that's what this COVID is hopefully waking us all up to, is to come home to ourselves, both individually and collectively as a globe. But these two guys are up to being of service, sharing their beautiful, beautiful healing music, and blessing us all.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Two great voices that sound great together. So,
yeah.
folks, we're going to step aside and let Jamie and Gary do what they do. And it sounds like they've got something special and important. So thank you, Susan.
Awesome. Lula.
Floyd.
Do you mind if I do one of the new ones?
You go ahead. That's awesome.
This
isn't
awesome. On a record yet, but this is some of the music that we're working on now. And yeah, I think I'll do this one.
Awesome.
This is called Keep On Walking. Oh, you're gonna have to stop that, Jamie. Sorry, because it's that lag.
I thought you muted me.
Oh, but when you're muted, you can. Walk a mile or a minute in another man's shoes. He's got a path to take to find his truth. Any way you spin it, he's a lot like you. Finding his faith on roads that you never choose. Keep on walking. Keep on walking. Don't let it cloud your vision. Let be your only mission always. Let go of the old condition. Let love be your only mission always. Keep on walking. Keep on walking. Tell a tale, you're in it, you're a brother man's blues. You got a destination now and no excuse. Why do you condemn it when it's not your own? You can't unsee it once the light has shone. Keep on walking. Keep on walking. Don't let it cloud your vision. Love be your only mission always. Let go of the old condition. Let love be your only mission always. Keep on walking. Keep on walking. All right, here we go. Chant time. One foot in front of the other, hand in hand, one with another. Walk with your sister and brother always. One foot in front of the other, hand in hand, one with another. Walk with your sister and brother always. I'm cutting it short so we'll have time, Jamie. Don't let it cloud your vision. Love be your only mission always. Let go of the old condition. Love be your only mission always. Keep on walking. Keep
on walking. Keep on walking. Keep on walking.
All right, Lula. Give it up for Gary Lynn Floyd. Awesome. Thank you, Floyd.
All right, Lula.
I'm going to do. I made mistakes, it's true. The ignorance of youth. I dropped a bomb or two. I drank a bitter brew. I've seen what I've been told, 'cause I've been bought and sold. But I'm worth more than gold. This time I break the mold. A flower never fails to make me breathe. A river's always seeking out the sea. A mountain climbs as high as it can be. And everything's always reflecting me. And everything's always reflecting me. Cheated, lied, and stole my soul. Nothing left me whole, just a corrupted soul. I've lived unfaithfully. I challenge the best of me. Now I'm surrendering what I'm here to be. Oh, a flower never fails to make me breathe. A river's always seeking out the sea. A mountain climbs as high as it can be. And everything's always reflecting me. And everything's always reflecting me. A soul session takes a lifetime to reveal. When I wake up to the obvious, I feel I grow lighter when I let it all go. I am one with all I know. A flower never fails to make me breathe. A river's always seeking out the sea. Oh, a mountain climbs as high as it can be. And everything's always reflecting me. And everything's always reflecting me. And everything's always reflecting. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, thank you. That's reflecting me by Floyd Lula. Gentlemen, it does seem that the opportunity to be creative in you all has been profitable for the rest of us, at least musically. And before we let you go, we got one more song I know we want to do. And before we let you go, though, we'd love to hear from all three of you. We're spending your money today because you're giving up your time and your talent to get everybody else out there that's watching a chance to contribute a little something. So of our primary causes, where would you be giving your money today?
Floyd, want to tell him?
Feeding America.
Feeding.
FeedingAmerica.org. They're just helping to connect people with food, and that's so important right now. So that's where we wanted to contribute ours. You got anything else to share, Jamie or Susie?
Babe? Lovey?
I think wherever someone's heart feels to share money, there's so much need on this planet right now. So I 100% echo what Gary is saying. You know, there's so many literally starving people and figuratively starving people right now. So, you know, the idea of being fed with real sustenance and also spiritual sustenance. And it jumps out at me about the Best Friends Animal Sanctuary. I've certainly heard that there's so many animals being, you know, I can only barely say it out of my mouth, being put down because of this quarantine. So I just think anywhere a person gives is.
And we are Susie's stepdaughter, my stepdaughter CJ, and her husband Stephen have a ranch where they adopt horses from the Santa Anita racetrack and they repurpose them. So they've got 51 horses there, and people adopt the horses, end up adopting the horses and stuff. So we have a real close connection with that. And Susie has a niece that has a whole farm back north of Houston. So you want to do this, Floyd?
How about we do one more, folks? We're going to give you a chance to donate. So hit those donate buttons, jump on the link while Floyd Lula gives us another brand new idea in music. Love you guys. We'll be right back with you.
Love you, Suze. We're going to try to do this one passed back and forth. We can't do it in real time, but we're going to try. If you know this song, sing along with us. In the name of love, with a heart of grace, overflow in us, decorate this place as it is below.
Go ahead.
So it is above. May we always
I'm doing the
stand
chorus.
in the name of love. Take it, Jamie.
When the veil is gone, there's only one of us, only one. In the name of love. When the day is done, we will sing this song all as one. In the name of love.
In the name of love. Yeah. In the name of love. In the name of love. In the name of love.
In the name of love, may we always be seeking out the best till we all are free, living in a world we've been dreaming of, where we stand as one in the name of love.
When the veil is gone, there's only one of us, only one. In the name of love. When the day is done, we will sing this song all as one. In the name of love.
In the name of love. In the name of love.
When the veil is gone, there's only one of us, only one, in the name of love. When the day is done, we will sing this song all as one, in the name of love.
When the veil is gone, there's only one of us, only one, in the name of love. When the day is done, we will sing this song all as one, in the name of love. Come on, Floyd.
In the name of love. In the name of love.
In the name of love. In the name of love.
One more round, I'll do it.
In the name of love. In the name of love. Yeah.
In the name of love. In the name of love. Let's take it home.
In the name of love.
In the name of love. Okay, I think we did it.
We love you, everybody. Thank you, Robert,
Oh, there it is, folks.
too. We figured it out.
They have cracked the code of the illustrious music lag. I'll tell you, folks. See, that's the creative process. That's the beauty of creation. And these guys are living it. They're loving it, and they're doing it every day. So please stay in touch with Floyd Lula. Check them out on the web. I got a feeling they're going to be back a little later to help us with the All-Star Jam. And, you know, if that wasn't worth a donation, I don't know what was. Of all the things we've seen today, and we're like 7, and what's that? We're on almost at 11 hours today. And you guys are bringing down the house. That was just so much fun. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Bless you all. Thank you all for being here. Please do donate. Look up Susie Lula on the web. Look up Gary Lynn Floyd on the web. Look up Jamie Lula on the web and Floyd Lula. But more than anything, stay safe, stay healthy, stay strong, and donate to one of these amazing causes, to the New Thought Radio. Robert's doing an amazing job of getting New Thought artists out into the world and just raising the vibration of the planet. So thank you, Robert. Thank you,
Robert.
Laura, and thank your family.
You're doing a fantastic job today. How are you holding up, Robert? 11 hours. You started in a blue shirt. Now you have like...
Oh, this is like my fifth costume, you know. This is like my
All
fifth
day.
shirt. Yeah, it's totally my fifth shirt of the day. I keep changing to try to match the mood.
But you're
And-
not wearing any pants, right?
Oh, no.
I'm teasing on teasing.
I got
There
short
you
thought. And you did a quick shout out to my lovely wife. I want to do that same thing, right? She's been wandering in here all day, delivering me iced teas and caffeine and food. And yeah, and I am getting hungry for dinner, honey. But she's been just amazing and delightful. And I'm still working on getting her to come on screen with us later. So
Thank you, Laura. Thank your kids, your beautiful children, too.
Yes. Thank you, dear ones. The Lula community.
Floyd Lula community.
There we go. Love you guys. We'll see you again
Thank
soon.
you all. Peace and blessings.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. Oh my gosh, folks, was that not a blast? And just a good old-fashioned time. And we get to keep this going. I am really excited to introduce you to our next guest, the Reverend Raymond Anderson. He's out of Baltimore. Does so many amazing things, and one of the big ones. Well, let's just say hello. Hi.
Hello. What's up? How's it going?
I am having a blast of a day, and I know it's getting. I appreciate you being here at this hour because it's getting a little late on the East Coast to be making appearances. I imagine you've been doing these all day.
Robert, you've been doing this all day. Come on now. If everybody's got, come on, pat on the back. Come on with me. Come on with me. Because you've been at this doing some good work the entire day. So,
well, thank you.
Bravo to you.
Thank you. So, folks, here's why I really wanted you to meet Reverend Raymond. It's a time for another prayer. And this, we're going to do two prayers. I've asked him to do the first one in a little bit of an abbreviated mode. And we're running a couple minutes behind, but we'll make it up. So what I love about Raymond is he's doing a prayer every Wednesday at lunchtime Eastern, and it's American Sign Language. Now, I should have learned, and my kids know more than I do, and I learned so much just by witnessing this prayer. And the beauty is I have no clue really what he's saying in sign language, because he doesn't speak the same prayer later. One prayer is one prayer, and when it's done, it's over, it's done, and then he'll come back and share a verbal prayer with everybody. And I thought this was really something we want to bring and share with everybody. So if you're watching, you are not having sound difficulties for the next minute or so. Reverend Raymond's going to share with us an American Sign Language prayer, and then he's going to come back and share with us a verbal prayer to help kick off the last couple hours of our big gig here. So, dear Raymond, please.
Sounds good. So in this moment right now, simply anchoring into the breath. So it is.
And so it is.
So you want me to go into the verbal prayer, or you want to chat for a minute?
Well, let's chat for a minute, because I would love to give people a chance in the that are watching to hit us up with a comment. What did you think of that? Were you able to feel the passion? Were you able to feel the truth that was radiating from Reverend Raymond? And while you're getting a chance to chat into the box there, why don't we talk a little bit about good causes in the world and why it's so important at this time more than ever for us to be able to circulate the good that's in our bank accounts and the good that we have in our lives.
Amen. I mean, the pandemic, even amid all of the tragic events, is affording us the opportunity to understand that this thing called COVID-19 didn't see any boundaries, walls, borders, or territories. And so it's now time for us to elevate in consciousness and recognize the same thing. In God, there are no borders, boundaries, territories. So consciousness prevails. So how do we demonstrate this? We connect with one another. We share from our overflow. Anyone that does not have, we share. You know, in the Judeo-Christian Bible, there's that passage that says, so when I was hungry and you didn't feed me, it's like, wait a minute, Lord, when did we not feed you? It's like, when you didn't feed these other people. So it's like, oh, so I am not my brother's keeper. I am not my sister's keeper. I am my brother. I am my sister. How do I demonstrate that? And everything that you're offering right now is a demonstration of that. Everyone coming together of like mind to share from time, talents, and treasures to uplift the consciousness of the planet and serve.
Yes, 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 yes. Ooh, thank you, thank you, thank you. So it is important, folks. We're moving money around the planet.
Amen.
Because it is really an energy system. And we're moving it into some great places. Best Friends Animal Society, Direct Relief, Safe Place, Feeding America, all doing great work. And I do want to share a couple of the comments that came through for you as well. I think you might know the Reverend Jay Willick. He was with us earlier today. and even said he closed his eyes and could feel it. So,
Amen. Amen.
Love that. Suzanne Baldwin, beautiful prayer, felt the passion and the connection.
Thank you.
Expressing the energy of you. Davine Joy, sorry if I said that wrong. The great Reverend Steph Saint Amand, who was also with us earlier today. and also said she could feel it from Canada, so from way up in the Great White North. And Cynthia, we want you to know that Raymond does the American Sign Language prayer. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's every Wednesday at noon Eastern time.
Correct.
And he does it on his Facebook page.
No, it's actually the CSL Greater Baltimore's Facebook page.
Okay, tell me what that one is.
CSL Greater Baltimore.
Yes. All right. Yeah. Me and you guys have been hearing me type in the background all day today. I've been trying real good to mute that out. So forgive me when you hear me typing. But there it is. Facebook.com/. I forgot a /. This is what I love about this. Every time Jay Willick shows up on my screen, because he told me earlier that he loves when I'm having difficulties, because that's when the real thing, Baltimore.
B-A-L-T-I.
All right, you keep doing it. Yeah. Here we go, folks. Third time's a charm.
Hallelujah. There you go. Yes.
All right. So, Reverend Raymond, if you would, we've got just a couple more, maybe a few more hours of music, depending on who wants to do what for an after party. But if you would, please set the stage, kick us off with a big, powerful spiritual mind treatment.
I got you. So once again, simply anchoring into this breath, recognizing that this breath is not simply the body breathing, because the human body is intelligent enough to breathe, but ultimately what we are recognizing is that which God is, that which spirit is, that which is the infinite beyond name is breathing itself in, through, and as each and every one of us. And knowing that God is breathing each and every one of us, I anchor into the truth that I know that Ernest Holmes spoke when he said, God in me, as me, is me. And so recognizing that which God is not simply in me, but it is me. It is all that I am, from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, from the surface of my skin to the deepest particles of atoms, molecules, quantum waves, and the field of potentiality. It's all God and it's all good. And what is true for me must be true for Robert, for everyone who has joined thus far, for everyone who will continue to join, for everyone who contributed. It's all God and it's all good. And simply knowing that right here, I know that of these charities that we are giving in overflow to, because we are allowing them to be raised up in this consciousness, they and everyone that they serve is right now enveloped in this love, this power, this possibility. And so every animal, every person, every form of charity, not just that, but every aspect of it is right now enveloped in the power of love and joy, of sharing and caring, knowing that right now we are developing, right now we are demonstrating, right now we are laying the very groundwork for a world that works for all people, all colors, all ethnicities, all shades, all religions, all animals, all species, all habitats. It's all God and it's all good. And so right now, what I know, what I surrender into the law in gratitude is knowing that this prayer isn't my prayer. This prayer is the prayer of God itself, speaking through itself, about itself, and now surrendering back unto itself, knowing that there is only one mind, that mind is God. That this prayer is right now fully formed and functioning completely and oh so well in the mind of God. Therefore, I step back and allow what is in the mind of God to now concretize, demonstrate, and manifest accordingly. It is so and so magnificent. And so I let it be. And so it is.
And so it is. Yes.
Amen. Amen.
Amen. That one I'm getting.
Yes, good. You got one there. Yes.
So, oh, dear Raymond, thank you so much for being with us, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Keep doing the good work you're doing.
Thank you. We're going to get you back on the 8:15 prayer program at some point too. Give you a couple more quick shout outs here. Cynthia Hensley, Reverend Kathy Mastriani. Kathy's still with us. Now, Kathy gets props too because she was our first guest this morning and brought Ernest Holmes with her. So,
yeah, go ahead, Kathy.
Still going strong, and so grateful that you're with us. And Tanis Burnett from Eastern Canada. Tanis was with us.
Thank you.
Singing this morning. Also felt the power. So, and we can't forget my biggest support person in all of this. If it weren't, I think she's actually been able to comment on every person that's been with us today.
Wow. Nice.
So she might be earning herself a nice little back rub when all this is over.
I'm sure.
All right. So, folks, we're gonna let Raymond get back to the work that he's doing. Thank you for being here, sir.
My pleasure. Much love to everyone. Take care and continued. A world that works for all. It is so.
Yes.
Amen.
Amen. We're here. All right. And this means, folks, that it is now time for some more music. And I know the wonderful Harold Payne is in the green room, but we do not have your video, Harold. So I know you're waiting to come on here. And while he gets that taken care of, let me share with you just a little bit about Harold. We haven't actually met in person yet. And I shared with him recently that I kind of feel a little guilty that I haven't known more about his music sooner. The whole idea here, folks, is we're New Thought Radio, and we're putting on this big show of music and got this radio station, and I didn't know who Harold Payne was. And then through all the luck and the way the universe works, I was introduced to him and his music. And I'll tell you, it's really something to behold. Now, it does seem we have audio, Harold, but I don't have video from you yet. So we're gonna.
Okay, can you hear me though?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, I'm looking at these buttons here. Everything seems to say that I'm on.
All righty. Is there any possibility something might have gotten in front of your camera lens?
I don't think so. I can do it in the dark if I have to.
Well, and what we can do here, folks, is we can always create something a little different. Let me work on that on my side. How about if we do the first song, Harold, and then we'll see if we can get some tech going. And really, the first song, I have a request. Now, I haven't done this to anybody so far on this program. I haven't made any requests. I haven't told anybody what to play. But I realized you have the absolute perfect song for what we're doing. And you've been starting your Thursday. Now, Harold does a live stream Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific time. And you start, so far you've started each of your shows with this song. I take it you know what I'm talking about.
It's something I just make up on the spot.
Yes.
You're talking about Facebook. You don't have to drive as Facebook Live. You're talking about music speaks louder than words.
I'm talking about Facebook Live. You don't have to drive.
Okay.
So if I may make a request, and while you're playing that, I'm going to look and see if we can find some,
it's just mainly an improv, but can you hear me okay? Everything all right? So Reverend Robert has been here for over 11 hours, using all of his magic powers, creating the perfect circumstance. Our Reverend Raymond turned a sign language into a beautiful dance. You don't have to drive. It's Facebook Live. Everybody finds that we're here. In the dark, You know I'm doing it with my whole heart. You're just gonna have to go by with my picture. It's not something that's just part of the scriptures. Oh, you don't have to drive. It's Facebook Live. Now I'm just making it up with my own kind of jive. Yeah. Robert said vamp a little bit before you quit and make something up on the spot. Here you go, brother, giving it all I got. You don't have to drive. It's Facebook Live. This is a musical spiritual celebration. And if you want, you can make a donation that will go to the place of your choice. And know that your voice will be heard. You don't have to drive. It's Facebook Live.
Is Facebook Live with Harold Payne, and my name's Robert Brzezinski. I'm just going to leave Harold's picture up there for a minute and let you take a good look at this man. And Harold, I'm hoping you'll just share with us a little bit. You've been around New Thought for quite a while now, and share with us a little bit. How did you get started with positive music, and what's it mean for you? And if you would, along the way, share with us a little bit on which of the causes that we're donating to today really speak to you.
Okay. Well, on the first part, I've been playing music and putting out albums, and I had a little label, and I wanted to put out something that had more of a theme to it. And I looked back on all the music I've written going way back, and it seemed like the one theme was positive. This was about 1999, 2000, and I put out this compilation of my group Gravity and myself and Clydeen, who's the lead singer in Gravity, and called it The Power of Positive Music. And I thought we could do these themed tours and everything. And then fortunately, Empower Music and Arts came along and did it in a way that was administrated much better than I could have. And because I'm better just performing. And so it worked out that they had an idea similar to mine and took it a lot further. And so that's, I started, somebody said, you should be playing this music in the New Thought Church. I said, what's a New Thought Church? And so I ended up going to a Silmar and some other places, and I've been doing it ever since. And as far as a donation, my favorite, I've been donating 20% of the proceeds that I've gotten from my Facebook Lives to Feeding America, because I like what they do. And I like all of what all of them do, but that just seems to be the one I gravitate towards. So.
Right on. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So there's that call again, folks. Time to hit the donate button. Jump on to paypal.me/New Thought Radio and drop a little something in the bucket. Let's make sure we put some money in the bucket for Feeding America from Harold's Music here today. And you're getting some, I think you can see me, so we'll share a couple of the comments that are coming through. Cynthia Hensley is saying, aloha, Harold, from the Unity Church of Hawaii, but now in Alaska, living in Hawaii and Alaska. That's cool. And wow, you got my wife to say damn. So that's something. I like that as well. So I'm grateful you're with us. How about another song?
Yeah, okay. Sometimes you look at a song that you had a few years ago, and all of a sudden it has relevance that you didn't realize. And this had two different versions. One that was inspired by Dennis Merritt Jones, Dr. Dennis, who's a minister, CSL minister, retired. He's an author, written many books, and one of them was Living in the I Don't Know. And so it was inspired by that book. And then I also repurposed it I did a lot of work with a guy named Kyle Cease, following is a transformational comic, and I kind of repurposed it for that. This is the original version, and I've only played it twice, so here it goes. We all have pictures on our wall we need to take down, 'cause those are our old stories still sticking to us past the time they need to be around. 'Cause we're living in the I don't know, living in the I don't know, embracing the mystery, going with the flow, living in the I don't know. The art of uncertainty is a new paradigm, leaving all our baggage and preconceived notions behind. Standing on the edge of what is to be, stepping into the unknown consciously and intentionally, living in the I don't know, living in the I don't know, embracing the mystery and going with the flow, living in the I don't know. Every day of your life is a chance to learn and grow. In fact, I've made a living out of making it up as I go. Whether you're pushed by desperation or pulled by inspiration, you can learn to let go and follow your highest vibration. When you're living in the I don't know, living in the I don't know, embracing the mystery and going with the flow, living in the I don't know. We learn to lose our fear of the unknown. We are free to live in the present and feel completely at home, literally at home. We're living in the I don't know and loving it, living in the I don't know, embracing the mystery and going with the flow, living in the I don't know. Oh, oh, we're living in the I don't know. Hey, living in the I don't know, embracing the mystery and going with the flow, living in the I don't know.
Yeah, living in the I don't know. Now that definitely sounds like what's going on here today.
That's what it felt like. I was looking at my song list. I go, wow, that seems like it fits, you know?
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, folks, we're always living in that I don't know, and it's one of those fun places in life to be. I feel you had a line in there that I've made a living making it up as I go, and I feel a lot the same way. Ministry is a lot that same way, and
yes.
And you know, folks, what I love is New Thought Radio. We don't let tech slow us down. If things don't go according to plan, then we get right back on the horse and we start doing something different, and we make it up as we go along. And what that means is our next guest is running a little late, working to communicate, make sure that they're still on their way. So I'm going to ask Harold, if you've got one more in you, would you be willing to share one more song with us?
Absolutely.
Right on. Let's hear one more from Harold Payne.
This is something that some of my friends have passed on as a tribute to, as we all feel very obligated. I love the New York thing of at the shift change, everybody goes out and cheers them on. And so this goes out to all the angels without wings. Little girl looked in her mother's eyes and asked a question that could only come from a child. Mommy, are there angels, and do they really fly? Will I know one when I see her? This was her reply. Oh, angel, don't always wear wings. They live inside your hopes and prayers and dance around your dreams. They echo from the silence of quiet acts of kindness. Oh, angels don't always wear wings. There are little miracles that happen every day, that never make the headlines, make a difference anyway. Do you remember how your grandma dried your tears when you thought the world looked hopeless? Then she'd magically appear. Oh, angel, don't always wear wings. They live inside your hopes and prayers, and they dance around your dreams. They echo from the silence of quiet acts of kindness. Oh, angels don't always wear wings. There are moments in our lives when we may not realize that we're in the presence of God's messenger of love. Oh, angel, don't always wear wings. They live inside your hopes and prayers, and they dance around your dreams. They echo from the silence of quiet acts of kindness. Oh, angels don't always wear wings. Angels don't always wear wings. Oh, angels don't always wear wings.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And we've got some shout outs for you here, Harold. Tina Salvatore, Karen Mitchell, and others, my beloved. Thank you so much for being here, sir.
Thank you.
So happy that you're with us, and thank you for all your service. We're going to make sure we get the video working and have you back for another. We're working on a quick concert series that I think I'd love to have you join us on. So.
All right, I'll try to bring my real self, son.
Thank you for that. Have a good night, sir. We're going to take a switch here real quick, folks, and change some. Well, why don't I just show these beautiful beings while I change this over here? There they are. Ladies and gentlemen, the amazing Bob Simon and Shannon Plummer. We've got an official placard here for you two somewhere. There it is.
All right, that looks like us.
Yes, welcome, welcome.
Yeah, thanks for having us, Robert. How's your marathon going? How's your day?
Yeah, marathon is a good word.
You stood up in 3 or 4 hours.
Oh, yes, yes. And I will say I have the amazing, beautiful, talented Laura Brzezinski delivering the iced teas, and
beautiful.
There's a nice plate of spring rolls and hot pot stickers sitting right here waiting for me. So I'll be straight up, folks. I'm going to have a little bit of dinner, and I'm going to let these beautiful beings take us away with a little bit of music, and then we'll come back in a few minutes and chat with them a little bit and chit chat and all that. So if you don't know Bob Simon and Shannon Plummer, I don't know where you've been, but I'm really happy you're here now. Please take us away.
Good words, good thoughts, good deeds. 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 These are the things, these are the things that we need. Good words, good thoughts, good deeds. You all can sing. Good words, good thoughts, good deeds. Good words, good thoughts, good deeds. Good words, good thoughts, good deeds. These are the things, these things that we need. From the time you rise to the time you sleep, every step you take, every breath you receive, do these. Do these. Everyone you pass on, every street, every eye you meet, every friend you keep, do these. Do these. Do these. Oh, y'all get your hands together with us. Come on, let's do the right. Good words, good thoughts, good deeds. 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 These are the things, these things that we need. If you look back at the world from space, all you see is one human race. Do these. Do these. If you stand in the shoes of another you, will find that these three things will set you free. You free. You free. Oh, y'all, come on, get into it with us. Come on. Good words, good thoughts, good deeds. Sing it. Good words, good thoughts, good deeds. Good words, good thoughts, good deeds. Good words, good thoughts, good deeds. These are the things, these things that we need. Well, the world, it cries for your beauty inside. Can you hear it sing? Can you hear it scream? Do these. Do these. In the face of hate, we separate. In the arms of love, we radiate. Do these. Do these. Do these. Come on, if you're sitting down, get up on your feet with us. Let's move around. Come on, here we go. Good words, good thoughts, good deeds. 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 These are the things, these things that we need. Come on, one more time, help us out, come on. Good words, good thoughts, good deeds. Good words, good thoughts, good deeds. Good words, good thoughts, good deeds. We'll get funky. Good words, good thoughts, good deeds. These are the things, these things that we need. How was your hot pocket?
No. These are good pot stickers and pot stickers and spring rolls. They were very good. Thank you, darling.
Sounds delicious.
Having met Laura, I have no doubt that they were superb.
Thank you. And you guys are getting all kinds of love. I don't know if you can see
Hey,
this. There's
Raymond.
your plan.
Yeah, we've seen them.
We're throwing those
Hey,
up
our
there
brother
for you.
Bella. Oh,
Hi,
yeah.
Bella.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of buddies out there.
And you got
And-
all
and,
kinds of people dancing.
Yeah,
Oh.
awesome. It's hard to not read all these comments while we're in the middle of the song.
Exactly. All right. Well, then, enough jibber jabber. How about another song?
Let's do it. Let's do it. This is for everybody that's they might be going through something right now. You think there's anybody out there going through anything right now? This is
If
for
I
all
was
of us.
if I was an emoji.
She would go, "Oh, I don't know." We're all going through this together, as you hear everywhere you go. So this is a song about going through the darker times of your life, which tend to be, if you look back, they're really the more fruitful times. No mud, no lotus. Haven't you noticed the patterns of the pain in your past? The things that broke you, well, they also awoke you to the questions that you need to ask. Sleepless nights and dizzying heights, and the dreams, some of which came true. Tough breaks, heartaches, perfect mistakes created this version of you. And everything you go through grows you, and everything you go through grows you, exposes who you are. If it hurt, it made you softer. If it was hard, it fueled the hunger. If it touched you, your heart took hold. If it was simple, it made you wise. If it was sweet, it made you smile. Weaved an indelible impression on your soul. Your feet, they walked, and your lips, they told, and your hands dug around for the proof. Every look, every book, picture in your mind that you took created this version of you. And everything you go through grows you, and everything you go through grows you, exposes the roots of an endless summer, part-time temporary lovers, and the swoon of the deep blue sky. And as the time flew, you planted and gathered your truth and passed before your eyes. And the wound is where the light gets in, revealing the masterpiece just beneath the skin. And in the glow of your own light, your petals open wide, and you bloom right where you are. And everything you go through grows you, and everything you go through grows you, mud, no lotus. Haven't you noticed the patterns of the pain in your past? The things that broke you, well, they also awoke you to the questions that you needed to ask.
Yes, yes, yes. So everybody, look who I found.
I know. Hi, Laura.
Hello, Laura.
How are you?
Can you hear them?
Not really.
Yeah, we'll listen like this.
Oh, it's so good to be with you both.
You too.
Thank
It has
you
been
for
an
dancing.
amazing day, and whoo, what a finish.
I bet
Love you
guys
both.
I bet you guys are just going on adrenaline by now.
Iced tea for him and wine for me.
That's probably the appropriate,
right.
Yeah, allotment.
He's still working. I'm just
Yeah.
supporting.
Yeah, maybe some wine later after he's logged off, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to let you finish up.
All right, thank you. Few people were asking earlier to see the amazing, my amazing support team. There she is, the amazing Laura Brzezinski. Thank you for being here, dear one. And I tell you, folks, there is a reason why I asked Bob and Shannon to be on so late in this program, because I know they bring it, and I know they can bring down the house for us, and really just no mud, no lead. We could be here for days. But we're not. What we're going to do instead, folks, and I'm not sure if Laura has been made aware of this yet or not, but we're going to do, oh, look at that. I'm making it even tougher for you to find out. We're doing a house even tougher to make you find out what's going on. We're going to do, New Thought Radio is pleased to present a virtual online house concert with Bob and Shannon. It's going to be next Friday night. So yes, no time off for this kid. I'm going to go right back to making sure that everybody in the world knows about the great New Thought artists that are out here. So it's going to be Friday, May 8th, 2020, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Pacific. We're going to do a 2-hour set. There's a website here, bobsimamay8.gr8.com. You won't find an awful lot of information there right this minute, because we've just figured all this out yesterday, and I'm doing this today. But tomorrow, I promise you, that site will have more information, and you'll be able to register for that house concert, and we'll be able to get a chance to experience even more of these amazing, amazing, beautiful beings. So
Thank you for hosting.
Thank you. A shout out to you, to both of you,
Yes.
but for everybody that's watching this, there's so much work that goes into this. And I don't know if you've gotten the recognition yet, but all the emails that you sent out, excuse me, it's been a long day over here, and all of just the little details that you had to think of, and I can't even begin to imagine the amount of work you put in for this. So everybody just give a high five, a cheer, a fist bump into the camera, whatever you need to do for this guy right here.
That's right.
He just brings people together. That's what you do. So thank
You smother people with your love.
Thank you. Yes, I love to bring people together. I think you know this about me when you were here last year at our house concert, the ability to put really cool people in the same place, because what happens is when you put really cool people in the same place, they do their cool thing and get creative, and the next thing you know, all kinds of amazing collaborations and songs and new stuff comes out, and it's just like, ooh. So now, before I let you sing another song, we want to know of all the causes that we're giving to today, and this is a fundraiser. So folks, if you like what you're hearing here, please listen to what Bob's saying. It took a lot of work, and I'm not getting paid. We want to get our causes paid. We want to get money in the hands of the people doing the best work and the most important work right now. So we've been asking everybody of our top 4, which is the one that you guys would donate to? Where would you put your money?
Well, I'm going to jump in here because I can tell you that I have such an animal connection. So the animal sanctuary and so many of us are going through so many things, and the impact that ripples into not just the four-leggeds, my goodness, but even the winged ones and the finned ones and everything else that's out there is near and dear to my heart.
Yeah. Best Friends Animal Society doing really good work helping the homeless pets and making sure, and they're involved in no-kill shelters as well. So now's that time, folks. Hit those buttons. Drop onto paypal.me/New Thought Radio, and Dan Castle. Dan's saying he's going to commit to all four. So thank you for that, Dan. We'll look for that donation to come through in a little while here. Now, folks, we're going to hear a little bit more music, and that's a great time to dig out your credit card or your debit card if you know where it is, and put those numbers into the machine here. Get some love going to our causes, and then we'll come back and we'll say hello again. Nemo Patel is scheduled to be with us about 5 minutes or so, but I haven't heard from him just yet. And he's all the way on the other side of the planet, pretty literally in India. So let's all do a little prayer that Nemo is able to join us, and we'll get a couple more songs from Bob and Shannon in the meantime. So please, thank you.
It's the bluest of the sea. Whisper through the trees. The serenade that drops you to your knees. It's the sparkle of the smile, the honesty in the eye, the bravest bloom reaching for the winter's sky. It's the racing of your heart, the sage behind the smart, the home inside the house you were born. It's in the things we can't explain, things perceived but never seen. Everywhere, everything in between. It's taming the monsters under your bed. It's fighting the wolves up in your head. It's the strange things you do when you are led. It's on the tip of your tongue, a song that's longing to be sung. It's relentless, and it's only just begun. And it's calling out through you, using your heart to sing the truth, to put a little more love in the world. And if your heart is torn in two, what you give out returns to you. So put a little more love in the world. Put a little more, put a little more, put a little more. There's a reason it takes your breath away. And the message is clear. It's the reason why we're here to put a little more love in the world. If you're the only one to believe, then stand up and set it free. And put a little more, come on, put a little more love in the world. And if you're standing brave and strong, or just barely hanging on, come on, put a little more love in the world. Come on and sing it with us. Put a little more, 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 put a little more love in the world. Come on, put a little more, 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 put a little more love in the
Oh, yeah. I always wanted that one to be put a whole lot more love in the world, and you're the artist, so I'll defer to you. But
No pressure, man. Just a little bit.
just a little bit. There we go. And it looks like Eddie Watkins Jr. really likes that one as well. So we'll
Fellow
give.
Floridian.
Yeah, you guys are all in Florida now. So, and we'll make sure that we give Eddie a heads up. Remember, the All-Star Jam starts in about a half an hour. Oh, excuse me. Starts in about a half an hour from now, and we're going to do something. Normally in these types of events, you get all the musicians together on one stage, and they pick one or two songs. Everybody sings a couple lines, and it all works out somehow. Tonight, we're going to do something a little different because obviously that's not going to work, folks. So make sure that you come back in for the All-Star Jam in about a half an hour here. Oh, getting a shout out from Jamie Lula now here too.
Jamie.
So,
Brother. Thank you.
see, I love this, folks. All of these, like, there is one love in the universe, and New Thought artists are all banding, working together, sharing tips and ideas on how to get better sound and how to shift their businesses. And you guys have been doing a great job of that. So I'd love one more song. We haven't heard from Nemo yet, so we're gonna do one more song. But before we do that, I really want you to tell people a little bit more. I've had this website up here, facebook.com, where the light gets in us, and share with us a little bit more about your ministry, about where the light gets in, please.
You want me to go? Well, sure. I mean, obviously it's the two of us, Bob Simon, Shannon Plummer. We're a married couple. We spend 24 hours a day together, and we have a ministry called Where the Light Gets In, and it's a 501c3, and we both have this passion to relentlessly inspire people with music, with some of the other practices that we offer, which is breath work. And Shannon is a Peruvian shaman, trained shaman, we do journeys with people. We do shamanic journeys where we can really take you back to places where your soul has been lost. And Shannon is a coach, as well as she combines the shamanism with coaching and works one-on-one with people. And then we do a retreat a few times a year called Boldly Going Nowhere. And that's a retreat that we're all having right now in our homes.
That's right.
This is a Boldly Going Nowhere moment. So it's funny that we're doing this. But so that's what we're about. I've got my 9th album coming out this month. We're about to release a big sort of to-do for that. So people, if they want to come and join up with us, go to wherethelightgetsin.us, www.wherethelightgetsin.us. sign on the mailing list. We'll send you 5 free songs. You can start listening to the music, and we'll stay in touch. And so that's what we're all about.
Now, okay, I can hear myself typing, so I know I'm pulling that website up so we can give that address to everybody. But I mean, there's free music by you guys that I don't know about.
You might not. I mean, it's a 5-day. We call it Music as Spiritual Practice Journey. So each day you get in your inbox, you get a song, you get a little sort of experience to go through. There's usually a little bit of breath work. There's a little bit of a meditative check-in, and then there's a little reading, and then you listen to the song, and then you have an affirmation for the day. So it's taking the music and just going deeper with it and using it as a spiritual practice, because that's what we're all about. So yeah, there's 5 songs. They're probably songs you might already know, Robert. I'm just kind of guessing, but that's okay.
Oh, thank you. Good. All right, and there's that website, folks, wherethelightgetsin.us. Check that out. Get signed up, get connected with these dear beings. They are lights in the world. That's no exaggeration. We could be here for days and days just listening to the bottom half of my favorites list by you guys, let alone the top half of the list. So how about we do another song, and we'll give another shout out after that. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob and Shannon.
Yeah, we're gonna do this song. It's actually it's called Metta, and it's a prayer. It's a Buddhist prayer. It's a Buddhist practice of unconditional love, loving kindness. You know, just that feeling of these 4 phrases: may you be well, may you be happy, may you be peaceful, and may you be loved. And so we're gonna sing the verses, and then when we get to the choruses, like, turn to somebody wherever you are. Maybe if you're alone, just sing it to yourself. But this is a blessing that we want to send out to everyone on planet Earth and all the creatures, and just sink in for a moment. Maybe just receive a nice deep breath. Just to all of my relations, I look you in the eye, 'cause we are all related. It's written in the sky, and we can sing this simple song to everyone along the way, and we can sing for the ones who've wronged. It heals the wounds from yesterday. May you be well, may you be happy, may you be peaceful, and may you be loved. May you be well, may you be happy, may you be peaceful, and may you be loved. To all of my relations, and I bow to you, 'cause we are all related. It's a common thread that runs right through, and we can sing this simple song for the ones in pain, and we can sing for the suffering. May these words melt the pain away. May you be well, may you be happy, may you be peaceful, and may you be loved. Come on, sing it with us. May you be well, compassion and love. And what if all creation sang this song to you? Could your heart become the home to place this love into? Then this simple song travels on everywhere you go. It becomes your beating heart and the rhythm of your soul. May you be well, may you be happy, may you be peaceful, and may you be loved. Sing it with us. May you be well, may you be happy, may you be peaceful, and may you be loved. And all of the beings and all of the creatures, they all hold the secret. They all are all teachers as we're learning the lessons of love, love. Compassion and love.
Folks, I say it again and again and again. The hardest part of my job is not singing along. Or at least remembering to mute my microphone when I do sing along.
Oh, that would have been so precious if you did that.
So, yes, and I don't know if you caught Jamie Lula and Gary Lynn Floyd earlier. They're in two different places, but they figured out the timing.
That is amazing.
so
No,
cool.
we didn't. We were actually on another fundraiser right before we came here. So I'm sorry we missed them.
Gotcha. So
Those are legendary. Those guys are amazing.
they figured out the lag and the timing, and they created and they sang one of their songs together from two different places in California. So
Oh my gosh.
That's absolutely mind-boggling.
maybe we'll get them to teach us how to do that in the All-Star Jam, folks. So we are just 15 short minutes away from the All-Star Jam. Bob and Shannon, I hope you can hang out for us for a little bit and join us in a song there. I know Eddie's coming back. I believe Gary and Jamie are going to be with us. A few other people are going to come back, and we've got so we're in almost the last hour here, folks. Now is the time. If you've been waiting all day to make a donation, you wanted to see Bob and Shannon and make sure that they really I could really deliver when I say I get people to show up. Now's that time. We've got just 1 hour left in our scheduled programming. We're going to move to a dear friend of mine in just a moment, Reverend Abigail Shire. Then we do the All-Star Jam, and we've got the amazing Reverend Dr. Deborah Johnson from the Inner Light Ministries and the Association for Global New Thought to offer us a closing prayer to the official portion of our day. And then anybody that wants to hang out, we're going to have an after party, because no way I'm going to sleep for another 6 or 7 hours. I'm just way too jammed. So why don't we get send some love to Bob and Shannon? We're going to let them take a break, and if they come back in a little bit, great. And in the meantime, we're going to, well, thank you, folks. I love you.
Love you.
Love you too. Thank you.
And this means we get to move a little over here. I got to change some banners for you real quick and bring up another introduction. There are times in our lives, folks, where we know, where I have known that I have found a soulmate, a soul brother, a soul sister in spirit and in form. And I remember, I'm sure that Reverend Abigail doesn't remember this, but I remember the first time I saw a picture of you on Facebook. And it was just like, and you showed up in my radar. I was in ministerial school, and you were as well, and I didn't know this. And and it was just like, oh my gosh, who is this huger, bigger than life person? And since then, we've had just an amazing series of connections and places where we bumped into each other. We both showed up at a convention one year with 3 different colored hair. I still want to do the Wonder Twins thing with you someday. I think we can pull that off. But
I think we've showed up more than once at a convention with matching hair, which has been fabulous. And I mean like pink, blue, and purple. We're like, what?
Exactly. Yes, and we don't plan these things. It's spirit.
No.
And that's how I know you were a dear, dear sister and a dear, dear friend. And when I was looking for somebody to come in and really kind of help us put a bow around this thing, right? Deborah's going to come and pray for us, and we've got a little bit more music, but I've seen you chiming in and kind of checking in throughout the day. And when I called Reverend Abigail, I really said to her, hey, listen, I need somebody that can put this all together for us and help people have some meaning and also some celebration of what all this has been and what this day has been. So I'm going to kind of get out of the way for a little bit and let Reverend Abigail do her thing. I'll be back with you in a few moments. Dear one, please.
Thank you. Well, I have a little story for all of you. It's a story about the beginning of time, about creation. And a long time ago, there was this lobster. And this lobster had a little problem with God. You know, so he made an appointment with God, and he was talking to God and like, you know, God, I have this shell, and every time I just get comfortable with my shell, I have to take it off and get a new shell. And that's really, really annoying. And God was like, well, don't you know that that's, you know, helps you grow. It's fabulous. It's good. And the lobster's like, no, this is way too inconvenient. I think it's really not cool. And I disagree with it. And so the creator was like, okay, you know, that's fine. You know, I'll suit you. And so the lobster went about his very day. And, you know, a couple weeks later, he's, you know, in his shell. And a couple weeks later, he's in his shell and he's like, oh, I'm feeling so uncomfortable. And then a couple weeks later, he's noticing that he can't move very well, and it seems like the shell has gotten like heavier and clunkier, and it just isn't working for him. And so he goes back to the creator, and he's like, look, I told you not to change my shell, and it's not cool. You made it heavier, you made it more awkward. I'm really uncomfortable in it, and I don't really like it, so you must have changed it. And the creator's like, no, actually, I didn't change it. That's your same shell. And if you want a new shell, I'd be happy to give it to you, because it looks like you might be outgrowing your shell, which is, you know, you've done some growing on the inside and you changed and moved. And because of your internal growth, then you got to let go of that shell. And so the lobster was like, oh my God, I get it now. You were right all along. God, I can't believe it. But yes, please let me get a new shell. I would love to have a new shell. And so the creator gave him a new shell, and he went off on this day, and knowing that later on in his life, when things started getting uncomfortable, it's because he was growing into a new place in his life. So I really like that story. It's from a lady named Jean Pellegrino. I would like to cite my sources. And I was really thinking about this because the pandemic has been such a huge impact. It's been a global impact. And as a minister, I have fielded a lot of calls, talked to a lot of people on the phone and on Zoom, and there's some real heaviness about what's going on. And for me, it's helpful to reframe things and put things in a way where people can get a tangible grasp on what's going on. So one thing I've really recognized is that that every new thing that comes into the world starts with a death. Like everything starts with a death. The beginning of something is the death of something else. And so whenever we are stepping into a new beginning, that means that some part of us or society or an experience of who we used to be is dying. And oftentimes what happens is, in order for the new thing to come forth, we have to let go of the old thing. And this is really beautiful. I mean, we're here in springtime. I live in Seattle area in Washington. These flowers are coming up there. I can't even speak about how gorgeous it is when I go take a walk. But it's like this bulb is like kind of a not so pretty thing, and then it's, you know, it has its own life, and then you put it in the ground, and it's in the ground all winter long. And during the winter, you know, I'm not thinking about, wow, what's the bulb doing? What's going on in that time period? And then in springtime, I'm like, oh my God, it's like a miracle. This beautiful flower pops out of nowhere. And there's 3 phases that have happened. The first phase is what was. And then the next phase is this in-between period. It's like this in the ground, and it's over winter. It's like dark. It's really dark here, by the way, in Seattle. I'm learning that. I'm newish to here. And it's really dark, and it's kind of gets down and depressing. And then something happens in that darkness. And that's the most sacred and holy thing that's happening, is something new is being created out of the darkness that was what it was, you know, the winter time. And then when springtime comes up and the bulb is birthed forth, you know, it's like, I always honor the bulb, but do I honor the dark time? Do I honor the winter time? Do I honor that in-between zone? And so I'm really looking at this on a mass scale. And what I know in my life, I've had some major transitions. So again, a beginning starts with an ending. And one big ending that happened in my life was when my dad died. He died 11 years ago now. And I was in ministerial school when he died, which is a great place to be whenever you're in the midst of grief, is being surrounded by a bunch of ministers who can walk you through it. And what I really learned from that experience was I had no idea what compassion really was. I had no idea what the depth of grief looks like until I felt like I was in so much pain from grief that I couldn't breathe, I couldn't operate, it was just hard to do anything. And I believe that there's a lot of grief going on right now. A lot of people have lost their jobs. Some people have lost their lives. People know people who lost their lives. And this isn't happening just on an individual scale. This is happening on a global scale. And really getting to how epic and important that is amazing. I mean, I'm really honored and humbled to be a part of what I know is a new birth for humanity, an emergence. But we're not there yet. We're in that like winter part. We're in that dark part of grief and loss, and you know, it reminds me, of course, of the very typical example that we would use is the process the caterpillar goes to become a butterfly. And the caterpillar, get this, the caterpillar overconsumes before it goes into the chrysalis. Now, I don't know about you, but like all my stores around me, people were buying up all kinds of stuff, the meat, the toilet paper. I mean, it all was amazing. Like I went to Costco, I'm like, I've never seen Costco empty before. So the caterpillar, it overconsumes. It's like it's prepping for something big, right? And we as a world, as a society, we're doing this over consuming, prepping for something big. And then the caterpillar goes into the chrysalis and it becomes goo. And I've been feeling a lot of goo recently. I've been feeling a lot of like, I don't know what's going on, and feeling kind of squishy and icky and just, like, and I don't know what the caterpillar's feeling, but I can't imagine that it feels that good. And then from the goo, this is the key right here. There's these imaginal cells. And imaginal cells have the framework of what the butterfly is contained within them. And so they have already imagined the possibility of what can emerge. And they come in and start forming in place. And then things get all formed and put together. And the caterpillar, which is now a butterfly, is in this chrysalis. And the chrysalis, it becomes too small, right? Just like that lobster shell, it becomes too small. And at some point, it's too uncomfortable for the butterfly to be in where it's at. It's too small, it's too uncomfortable, and it has to kind of move and struggle. And that movement and that kind of challenge actually builds the strength in its wings so that when it emerges, it can fly. And they've done studies where they cut open what do you call it? I already forgot the name of the chrysalis, the place where the butterfly is. They cut them open before it emerges and the butterfly is fully formed, but it can't fly. And so this is really key for us to recognize right now, that we're in the space of the imaginal realm. We're in the goo, and the sacred and holy part of it is that we get to dream and imagine what is possible for humanity. So we can, as a collective, step into what we talk about when we're talking about a world that works for everyone. Well, I can tell you this pandemic has brought up to me how it's not working for everyone. And I'm really interested in being a participant in creating that change. And I want to put this invitation out there for you too. Like, you are the most holy spot where the infinite great creator has shown up to do its work in and through you. And this is the time, everybody. This is the time is now. The place is here. The person is you and me, and we are here to bring forth a new reality, a new paradigm on this planet. And the planet is collectively going through this birth, and it looks terrible, and it feels very uncomfortable, and it is very challenging and difficult, and that's what grief is. But underneath all of that is the inherent possibility of our dreams birthing forth anew. And so we're at the precipice, we're at the cusp of something really amazing happening. And what I know is I'm here to step into serving and to being a piece of that greater whole, because really I feel like this time, and I know that we're doing this fundraiser for all these different organizations, but it's really a time for us to collectively realize how interconnected we are. And I'm more connected to people across the globe than I've ever been in my life before. And I'm seeing people reach out, being physically distant and reaching out across time and space and creating joy and happiness with each other. It's like the walls have come crumbling down, and this humanity of who we truly are is emerging and bursting forth. So I invite you to think about that and really be okay with the grief and be okay with the uncomfortableness of it, but also be a participant in creating what this new possibility is for our collective dream for this world. And that's really what I'm interested in. I'm interested in stepping forth in that vision. I'd like you to step forth and just try doing one thing, one little thing, one tiny little thing of good every day. Anything, a text message, a card, a send a box of chocolates to somebody, help your neighbor with their grocery shopping, or, you know, if you're a neighbor and you're you know, you're in the high risk group, be creative, do something online. It's so beautiful what's happening right now. I've never seen such amazing compassion and love and creativity, and this is the time for us to really unleash ourselves in the world in a really good way. So that's what I have for you today. I'm really excited about how all these musicians have stepped forward, all the speakers. I've been totally inspired by what everybody's been doing, and I love being a part of this. Robert, you're doing some great work in the world, and you are stepping in by creating this fundraiser right now. So I just want to honor you for that.
Right on. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you for sharing such a great and timely message. Sometimes, folks, our banners don't do the best work, but we've got a few different ways for you to stay in touch with Reverend Abigail: Facebook, Twitter, and another Instagram, Diamond Cat at Instagram at Diamond Cat. So, and we'll make sure we put some of these links in the show notes and all these things for you. You know, I'm so appreciative, because I saw some comments coming through on the screen, and let's go back and find a couple of them. Dear Ursula says it really best, that you're able to bring exactly what I was hoping for in this period and this portion of our evening. So thank you for being you.
Thank you, Robert. I like being me.
Cool. So there is one more question before we let you go. The you that is you recognizes, and you spoke to this a little bit at the end of your sharing there, that we are raising funds. We do have organizations that we want to see them be able to continue the work that they're doing, and the best way for us to do that in some cases is to send our dollars in. So which of our causes would be the one that you yourself would donate to?
Well, I could only narrow it down to two, and actually I like all four very much. But the two that I would do, one is Safe Place, and that's really there's a safe place for LGBTIQ people who can go, and being somebody who's gay, and fortunately I have a family who's loving, but many of my friends who are gay did not have an experience in their childhood where they were welcome or safe in their house because of their identity. And so that's one. The other one is the direct relief. I really think it's super important that we're helping everybody get the relief that they need to get right now. It's our time to step in and support everybody else. So if we can, if we have the means to do it, I mean, it's really important for us to take action now.
Yeah, exactly. So, and Dan's online saying donate it to all four, and I saw a donation come through on our line as well. Dan, thank you for that. So, you know, folks, it is this time. Reverend Abigail spoke to this. It is our time, and if we don't step up, if we don't take the opportunity that is here to say, I want to do life differently, I want to experience life differently, then it's going to pass us by and nothing's ever going to change. But we are in the midst of change. So thank you for being here, dear one. I love you.
Thank you. I love you too. Maybe we'll have matching hair next time.
That's a possibility. I so need to get to a hairdresser. That's another story. But thank you for being with us. We love you, dear one. Have a great night. Okay, folks, so here's the call. Musicians, hear the call. We're a couple minutes past, but we're going to do something we've never done before. And I know Bob and Shannon are still hanging out in the green room. I trust they can hear me. Eddie Watkins Jr. was here. Gary Lynn Floyd, Jamie Lula, come on back. Whoever wants to be here, we're going to do an all-star jam and have some fun here. And while we're waiting for everybody to kind of get their gear together, I do want to say some just huge kudos and thank yous. There's I could be here for the next 20 minutes thanking everybody that was a part of this. It seems like it started so long ago. We listened to Ernest Holmes, and Reverend Kathy Mastriani was with us from the archives. I'm going to read down the list here. Reverend Barbara Legere, Lisa Ferrero, Reverend Lisa Bear, the Levins, Reverend Paula Languth Ryan, Pierre and Tanis. That was a great set, folks. Go back to the first part and catch the Pierre and Tanis set. That was really, really fun. We also heard from Harold Becker with the Global Love Foundation, the Love Foundation. Haven't mentioned this in a little while, but we've been promoted. This program has been shared by the Global Love Day. Yes, I'm somewhere in my 12th hour, I believe, past 12 hours. Global Love Day has been doing really great work at promoting May 1st as a day of love across the planet and promoting unconditional love. It was really fun to hear from one of their board members, Harold Beckett. He shared with us their vision, and what a great time that was. Eddie Watkins Jr. put on a heck of a set too in the early morning hours. It was 10:30 here my time in Mountain Time, and it was just a rockin' set of music. So thank you for that, Eddie. My dear friend Jody Stevenson was with us, shared a bit about the Tao. Patricia Watson. We had a little bit of technical issues with Patricia Watson. Those were not uncommon throughout our day, but we made it through and we got around them all. Patricia eventually did come back and join us later in the afternoon as well. Steve Farrell from Humanities Team, organization that he started with Neil Donald Walsh, and Humanities Team does great work in the world. I am so pleased to be associated with them. I offer once a month, I do a 1-hour free-form prayer for anybody that shows up, and that's a ton of fun. Robin Hackett was with us. Robin, if you're still out there, come back for the late night. Come join us for another song. Janice Kelly, Lisa Bell, Seth Stainamon, and Tammy Stainamon. Thank you to all of you dear ones. I saw Karen Mitchell on the stream not long ago. Karen, if you're here, DM me. Let's get you into the All-Star Jam. There's Faith Rivera in the chat box. Faith, come join us for the All-Star Jam. We'll get some music going here in just a second or so. And let's see who else is on this list. Amy Steinberg, Amy Bishop, Amber Darlin, our big A-list set in the middle of the day there. Kat Kim, Patty Rumsa, Al Yankee, Karen Drucker, the list goes on. David Alt, Savannah Riker, Kev Choice. It just keeps, and we're well into the evening hours. But so why don't I just stop the babbling here for a little bit. We've got a musician in the house. And when there's somebody around that wants to play music, I figure I should shut up and let them play music. So, ladies and gentlemen, Eddie Watkins Jr., hello, sir. Oh, wait. Your mic is muted, dear sir.
Let's see what we can do about that. How's that?
There we go. Now we got you.
All right.
So, okay, here's the idea. We're all about music. We've got about 20-25 minutes before Deborah Johnson is scheduled to be with us. And then after that, we've got more if anybody wants. But musicians, come on back into the room. We're going to kind of play tag. So Eddie's going to get us started, which means he can play any song he wants by any theme with any idea. And the challenge is for the next artist to add a song to the playlist that in some way fits with a theme or something that Eddie got started. And it's kind of like a giant game of telephone.
Cool, man.
We'll see if anybody else shows up, but if you would, sir, please take us away.
All right. We are creating a world that works for everyone. Yes, we're amazing. And we've just begun to feel the power and the freedom to be who we came here to be, as we discover each other and to celebrate humanity. We are creating a world that works for everyone. Yes, times are changing. It's a love revolution as we are walking together. Love is leading the way through the fields of compassion to a world that works for everyone. To a world that works for everyone.
Yeah, Eddie Watkins Jr., a world that works for everyone. All right, welcome Jamie, welcome Bob. You guys were out of the room, so here's the rules of the game. You just heard Eddie's song.
Hi, Jamie.
Hey, Eddie, how you doing, brother?
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
So
we got a whole lot of head going on in here right now. It's like you are in the minority, Robert.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that. So, okay, here's the rules of the game. Eddie just sang his song, and the next song has to complement his song in some way. So he either follows a theme that he said, maybe there's a keyword that, or something that says, oh, this would make a great playlist. What comes next after what Eddie just said? One of you gets the chance, and one of you gets to go after that. Who's up?
Go ahead, Jamie. We want to hear you.
Bob, I'm going to meet you in person sometime. I've heard about you, and I was looking at you, I'm going, it's like, wow, it's like he's a brother. like Eddie, I remember performing in Denver with you for Reverend Linda Rapon's ordination and at Asilomar, and we made some music. So Bob, we need to make some, Bob and Shannon, we need to make some music. So I look forward to it.
Yeah, us too.
Imagine we're in heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all of the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Oh, imagine all of the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I know I'm not the only one, 'cause I know this day we all join together and the world is one. Oh, imagine. Imagine no possessions. I don't know if I can. No need for greed or hunger. We are a brotherhood and sisterhood of man. Oh, imagine all of the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer. Oh, but I'm not the only one. Key of C, Eddie. You take the next one. I know someday they'll join us. Oh, and the world will live as one. I'll cut off and you go ahead, my brother.
You can say that I'm a dreamer.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm not the only one. I hope someday you join us, and the world will live as one.
Come on, Bob.
You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live as one.
Woo!
Yes.
That was
Okay.
incredible.
That was pretty cool, guys. Thank you so much. But now we.
It's time. It's time. It's time. It's time. It's time. It's another day under the same sun. It's another day to lean in and claim some. It's another day to be bold, brave, and unafraid. It's another chance to change direction. Move the arrow, a course correction. Be an instrument, be the changer, move out of the way. So if your glass is half empty, then fill it. If it's overflowing, then spill it. Open the mouths that thirst and the souls that hurt. Spill it, spill it, spill it, cause it needs your heart. We need it open wide. We need you brilliantly, baby, glowing to know with the goodness from inside. We need your beautiful smile, and we need it right now. Cause you're the light of the world, the light of the world. And it's time you figured it out. It's time, it's time. It's time. It's time, it's time, it's time. Yeah, you're the answer, it's perfect timing. And there ain't no use in hiding this blinding, shining diamond you've been disguising. You're the universe in a static motion. You're the elixir, the magic potion for a world that cries for what's behind your eyes. So if your glass is half empty, then fill it. If it's overflowing, then spill it. Open the mouths that thirst and the souls that hurt. Spill it, spill it, spill it, cause it needs your heart. We need it open wide. We need you brilliantly. Oh, now you can hear us. we just stopped because you couldn't hear us. Like, you know. Can you hear us? Oh,
Now we can't hear Robert.
13 hours, folks. I think the wires are getting a little worn out. I don't think it's, but can we get just a little more of that? Because yeah, you guys somehow it went mute on you guys, and I think we all lost you. Give us a little more.
It's time. Our last verse. There's a celebration in the streets. Brothers and sisters, they finally meet. All these orphans under the same sun, same sky. And there's a glow on the horizon. Shiva calling, Shakti rising. There are so many signs, signs. And we need your heart. We need it open wide. We need your brilliantly, baby, glowing and knowing the goodness from inside. We need your beautiful smile. And we need it right now. Cause you're the light of the world, the light of this world. And it's time you figured it out. It's time. Come on. It's time. It's time. It's time. It's time. It's time.
Yeah.
Is that a wrap? That's a 13-hour-day wrap right there.
That is pretty close, yes. So we're going to go a little early, folks, to the great Reverend Deborah Johnson.
Yeah!
And we're going to get some prayer on.
Yeah!
And if anybody wants to hang out afterwards, hey, maybe we'll get another song or two, but I think we're getting pretty close to the end of this. So now is that time. Please make your donations. We are really coming very close to our goal here this evening, and I would love for you to help us put us over the top. In the meantime, the wonderful Reverend Deborah Johnson is lead minister at the Inner Light Ministries, and I forget where, I know you're in California, I apologize. Santa Cruz, that's right. And a leadership member with the Association for Global New Thought. So I'm going to take everybody else out of the stream for a moment and give this over to Reverend Deborah. She's going to share with us for a few moments around what's happening in the world right now and offer us a closing prayer as well. So please, dear one, take us away.
Well, first off, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to be here, and thank you to everybody who's been listening, who's been donating, to all of my friends and colleagues who have been participating. What an extraordinary day that we have had. We're being called up now higher than we've ever been called before. You've been hearing that from so many people. There's opportunities for us to keep stepping into our greater yet to be. These extraordinary organizations that we're being asked to donate to now. I want everybody to just open up your heart. Allow yourself to be a great giver. Even in the midst of this pandemic, if we all just share a little bit, if we all just uplift each other a little bit, we're going to make it through. We're absolutely going to make it through. And when we make it through, we're going to be transformed. We're not going to be the same people who first walked through. What I've been telling everybody is, why waste a good crisis? Huh? Why waste a good crisis? The universe has gone way out of its way to create this disruption. I won't even refer to it as a pause, because that gives the indication that something has stopped for a moment and we're going to pick it up again. Oh no, we can't go back. Life goes not backward, nor does it tarry with yesterday, as Khalil Gibran tells us in his seminal work, The Prophet. Oh no, life, nature is always moving forward. It's always going upward. It's always going onward. Just breathe that in for a moment. We come at this moment to culminate all the things that we've been listening to. Oh, we've been getting our praise on. We've been getting stirred up. We've been called up to give at higher and higher levels. And at this moment, I'm going to ask us to just go deep. To take that cleansing breath. To allow everything that's happened here to find a resting place in our heart. We're not here just jabbering. We're not here just throwing out a bunch of empty platitudes. We're not just doing a bunch of metaphysics speak. We are recalibrating. That sink in for a moment. We are recalibrating. We are retuning ourselves. We are realigning our vibration with the highest vibration so that we can be open channels and vessels so that the highest heaven can manifest itself right here on earth. Now is the anointed time. Now is the appointed time. Can't you feel it? Can't you feel it? Can't you feel something that's coming through and something that's birthing itself that's bigger and greater than anything that we could have possibly imagined? Even in the midst of the struggles right now. Well, I know there are hard times all over the place. People struggling with illness. People on the front line as first responders. So-called emergency workers, essential workers. There's so much that's going on. Sheltering in place. Businesses closing. Not knowing what the future's going to hold. But what I do know is Corona ain't God. That's what I know. Now, you can call it whatever it is that you want to call it. By any name, a rose is still a rose. I call it God. It's just a nickname. It's a reference point for something that's too big to name. An infinite energy, the interconnectedness of all life that's bringing us forward here. It still has the last word. And it's trying to do something. It's never too late. Even the hole in the ozone over the Arctic is starting to come together and close and heal. The waters in the canal of Venice, Italy are clear again. Mama Earth, Pachamama has been calling out to us for such a long time to pay attention, to be one planet, to be one people, to get off of the massive consumerism that we were on, just walking around mindlessly, sleepwalking. Stay woke. Stay woke with a love and a compassion in our hearts. Social distancing doesn't mean detachment. Show you care. Show you love. Reach out. Stretch. Use this opportunity to see things through a new light. Take this opportunity, even in the midst of being busy, even in the midst of homeschooling children or whatever that is that you're doing. Listen to your heart. Listen to your inner voice. Listen to the great I am that I am of your spirit that is speaking. Just breathe that in. You've been listening to a lot of speakers. Don't just listen to them. Listen to what they're listening to. You've been hearing a lot of great music. Don't just listen to the musicians. Listen to what they're listening to. The music is coming from the other side, from the muses, from the God. And they're opening up themselves wide and letting it channel through. And so it is with each and every one of us. Yes, those of us who've been on this program, we've been doing the work a long time. And so have you. This whole cast of characters today could have been replaced with another lineup over and over and over again with those of you who are listening. You don't need a particular platform. You don't need to be head of a center. You don't need to have CDs out there that are circulating in the world to make a difference. You, your talents, your gifts, wherever you are right now, God wastes nothing. All of you wants to be used. All of you, every hurt, every pain, every trial, every tribulation, every victory, every job, every heartbreak, all the addiction, all the abuse, the oppressions, every step along your journey, just lay it down upon the altar and allow the alchemy of the divine, the refiner's fire to melt it all down. Melt it all down into something that is a blessing for all. You don't even know how magnificent you are. There are powers within you that are yet to be tapped into. Just name it and claim it. Just as I am, I come. This is our prayer right now. We're whispering words of compassion, divine order, right action, doors of opportunity opening up. We're praying for and calling for healing of the body temples, that chi energy being restored, vibrant, vital, and alive. We're calling for right action in our entire body of affairs. Our financial body, our ethereal body, our body politic. There's only one of us here. There's only one of us here. Don't leave this planet with the music still inside of you. Sing your song. Sing your song and sing it strong. Peace and blessings to all of you. Donate, give to these extraordinary charities that we have come together this day to support. Breathe it in. Breathe it in. The goodness of the only thing that is walking around as you. God is good all the time. We breathe that in. We give it our full consent. As Emerson says, we get our bloated no-thingness out of the way of the divine circuits and allow that which already is to simply be. And so it is.
Oh, and so it is. Oh, we caught JV practicing. Share a little music. Bob, your mic is muted on your side. So, Deborah, thank you, dear one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing a good job. It's been wonderful.
Well, thank you for that. It's been a pleasure. I'm so grateful you're with us. I don't know if you recognize this, but you put a divine call out to Bob and Shannon. I think they know exactly what the next song is that we're requesting. I saw the look in their eye. And folks, for those that are still watching, Nemo Patel is with us, so we're going to get a chance to maybe watch his video in a little bit here as well. So Nemo, if you're willing to hang out with us for a little bit. But I want everybody, Jamie, I could see you getting into the spirit of it too. I know you were.
Deborah wants to hear. I know what Deborah wants to hear.
All right.
I have it in the prayer.
Come on, my brother.
Perfect. All right, I'm gonna step back. Who's got music? Who's got the song?
Go ahead, Jamie. It sounds like
Jamie?
you got the song.
I'm just gonna carry on with Reverend Deborah's prayer because we work together so well, and it's just like, oh, let me walk to the banks of the river of love, where the current runs deep, baptized in the one, where there's no separation and the light is always seen. Honoring all our differences and love will set us free. Oh, Mother, Father, God, there's a healing going on. Mother, Father, God, there's a healing going on. Mother, Father, God, there's a healing going on. I said, oh, you rock my soul. I said, oh, you rock my soul. I see the blessings of the past. It's time to requalify. Let's not forget, but learn to forgive. God knows we got to try. It's my responsibility to heal the wounds in me, to heal the wounds in me, to heal the wounds in me. Compassion, faith, hope and love and truth will set us free. Come on, y'all. Mother, Father, God, there's a healing going on. Mother, Father, God, there's a healing going on. Mother, Father, God, there's a healing going on. I said, oh, you rock my soul. I said, oh, you rock my soul. Oh, Lord, I said, Mother, Father, God, there's a healing going on. Mother, Father, God, there's a healing going on. Mother, Father, God, there's a healing going on. I said, oh, you rock my soul. I said, oh, you rock my soul. I said, oh, you rock my soul. Oh, Lord, you rock my soul.
Oh yeah, baby. All right, now that's not how we're doing.
Yeah.
That's not where we end though. That was darn good, folks. And I know there's another call in there. We're gonna give Bob Simon a chance. I love this idea. Deborah set a theme, and each of these great musicians are taking a chance to reply to that theme to add on to that. So let's go to Bob Simon.
Well,
And
first of all, I
Shannon.
just wanted to say I was so transfixed with that prayer. It was just beautiful. We've never met, but I feel really just blessed to be in your presence. Thank you for that. And you said a couple things that I could have gone different directions, but you just said one thing that we both looked at each other. I wrote this song after hearing Dr. Wayne Dyer say, "Don't die with your music still inside of you." And I heard you make a little reference to that. So it's called "Don't Die With Your Music." Won't you sing us all your songs? Sing us all your songs. Sing us all your songs that you know. Won't you sing us all your songs? Sing us all your songs. You gotta sing us all your songs before you go. Don't die with your music, your sweet, sweet music. Don't die with your music in you. You gotta leave it all behind. Leave it all behind. Leave it all behind for the others coming along. You gotta leave it all behind. Leave it all behind. You gotta leave it all behind. 'Cause we wanna hear your song. Don't die sweet, sweet music. Don't die with your music in you. Well, we're gonna sing along. We're gonna clap our hands. Our hearts will be dancing just like you never know. Well, if you think you got it going on, then let it out. Well, if you think you got it going on, then pour it out. Pour it on and let it out. Pour it on and let it out. Pour it on, let it out. Jump up and down and scream and shout. Pour it on and let it out. Pour it on and let it out. Well, you gonna feel much better. Pour it on and let it out. Don't die with your music, your sweet, sweet music. Don't die with your music in you. Well, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Said this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Oh, don't die with your music, your sweet, sweet music. Don't die with your music in you. Don't die with your music, your sweet, sweet music. Don't die with your music in you. There you have it.
Yeah, there it is. Bob Saiba and Shannon Plummer. That's the song I heard too in Deborah Johnson.
did you? Oh, yeah, good.
As soon as I was like, oh, we need to hear that piece of music. So perfect. All right, so here's what I'm seeing. I got about 3 minutes until 13 hours. We have one artist that wasn't able to be with us, and we've got him on the phone. The intention was we were going to share Nemo's new video, Superhero. And let's see let's see if we can get Nemo on the line. Nemo, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute. And we'll see if we can. Hey, there he is.
What's up, guys? How are you? Can you hear me, Rob?
Yes.
All right.
We do have a bit of a lag, although that's to be expected, seeing as how you literally are halfway across the planet at this point. So we want to thank you for being with us. How about we do this, folks? To the people that are here, Shannon, Bob, Deborah, Jamie, I know you've all given of your day, and I thank you and I love you. We're going to watch Nemo's video. If you're still here when we get back and you want to make some music, great. And if you're not, hey, we love you and we appreciate you and we honor all that you've given to us today. So thanks for being with us.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Beautiful listening to you guys for the last 30 minutes. Much love.
Right on. Okay. So, folks, I'm going to share a screen here real quick and share with you a great video. Nemo, why don't you set us up real quick and tell us what we're about to experience?
We've all experienced it, I think. You know, this idea of all these amazing souls silently, invisibly serving us right now in this very unique moment in human history. And this is just the spirit that exists in all of us. Was listening to the songs right now and just that uncovering of the heart and serving of the soul. And that's what Superhero is about. We do want to highlight that in this time, there's many people that are sacrificing their own safety and health to continue to keep our daily life possible. And that goes all the way from, you know, the common man doing little acts of kindness to keep people's spirits alive, to the simple act of wearing a mask, not for ourselves, but for others, and creating a system of a new way of living right now during this situation that we're all going through, and not being egoistic that, you know, I'm not sick, or I don't need to do this. This is not for others. We're doing it for others, all the way to the healthcare workers and the frontline workers and those serving in delivery in the grocery stores. I think we all have seen the appreciation and gratitude for all these beings, all our brothers and sisters around the world, in every country, supporting our daily life right now. And we love you. We bow down to your spirit. We bow down to the spirit that you represent in humanity. And that's what this music that Daniel and I wrote, the song called Superhero, is about. And that's what this video is that my dear sister Ellie Walton and I put together with the help of many souls around the planet to share with you guys. It's a token of gratitude and love.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. All right, folks, let's give it a listen. Relax, kick back. And this is Superhero.
I always wanted a red cape on my back. I always wanted to be the best in my pack. I always wanted to be known to be good, to be the hero of my own hood. If I could just fly, I could save everyone. Stop all the wars so nobody's gotta run. All the killing, all the crimes, pain and suffering. It's getting tougher to be buffered from it all. Are we gonna make it through? Is he gonna fly back in? Cause if he don't come right now, I don't think good will win. Time is running now. Do we wanna wait for him? Or is it our time now to bring the good back in? We don't have to leap tall buildings. There's a lot of good that we can do. We don't need a jetpack soon. It's up to me and you. Right here, right now. Superhero. Na 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 na. Superhero. Whoa, 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 whoa. Superhero. Na 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 na. Superhero. Whoa, 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 whoa. There's so much pain, and though I can't fly, I can do my little part here before I die, yeah. I may not win the Nobel Prize, but at least I can try to be a little more kind, spend a little more time in my changing life, yeah. Like giving a hug when somebody is down, feeding a soul when there's nobody around. Small things that can change the sound and the vibe of the spirit that can change a town. Started small, now it's touched the crowd. The crowd is growing, now the word is out that if we all do our parts, we can touch the clouds. Without a cape and a mask, we can touch the clouds. Yeah. We don't have to leap tall buildings. There's a lot of good that we can do. We don't need a jetpack soon. It's up to me and you. Right here, right now. Superhero. Na 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 na. Superhero. Whoa, 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 whoa. Superhero. Na 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 na. Superhero. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's the smallest things that make a difference, and all the power's locked within us. All we gotta do is find the key and turn the latch and set it free, yeah. We don't need to be fast and strong, cause a kind word can go a long way. Help someone whose faith is gone to get back up and carry on. Maybe it's too hard to understand, think it's too much for us to handle, but I promise you that you can, cause you don't need to be a Superman. We don't have to leap tall buildings. There's a lot of good that we can do. We don't need a jetpack soon. It's up to me and you. Right here, right now. Superhero. Superhero. And the vibe of the spirit change the town. It's a superhero out. Everybody's throwing out the word is out that if we all do a superhero without a cape and a mask, we can touch the clouds. Yeah.
Wow. Oh, thank you, Nemo.
Oh, yeah, brother. Thank you.
Getting some love here. Now, we want to make sure, I want to chat for just a second with you here if we can. You've got a really unique style and way of creating. And I've seen this several times. We received, here at my house, we received an email about a month, maybe 6 weeks ago now, maybe not even that much, asking if anybody wanted to be part of this video. And we've received those over the years from you, and there's always something for us that's like, oh, I'd love to do that right this second, and we don't. And I'm always a little regretful because I see the kind of work you do and the creative expression that comes forth. So I know you're sourcing some of that footage, crowdsourcing some of that footage, and putting footage together in different ways. Can you share with us a little bit the creative process that goes into bringing forth a piece of music and a video like that? Because they go hand in hand. They're not separate.
Yeah, I appreciate that thought, Rob. You know, when, for example, with this, when Dan and I worked on the song, it was probably maybe 2-3 years ago, where, you know, I've been traveling to a lot of schools, and to me, I've always been sharing this story of this guy, of this Thai commercial, this man doing acts of kindness, and I share with kids this idea of who's your favorite superhero, and then they see Spider-Man and Batman and Wonder Woman and all these things, and they're all yelling, and then all of a sudden I show them this random guy, a picture of this guy from Thailand, and they just get quiet. And I'm like, dude, this is, you haven't met Common Man? And he's the real superhero. And then I show them this video of him doing all these small little acts of kindness. And then they're like, wow, I love Common Man. And so for me, this idea of redefining what it is to be a superhero has been something in my heart. And then Dan and I eventually got to writing a song about that. And that was some while ago, but as everything was unfolding now, it became evident that we had to share this message of all these superheroes that go under the radar. And I think I'm hearing this a lot in the media and seeing it, which is beautiful. People, you know, banging their pots and pans and sharing their gratitude. So the process of this video then became Ellie and I talking about, okay, how do we want to present it? What does it mean to be a superhero? How would we want to format it? And we thought of different phases. There's the common people like us who say, okay, wait, what can I do? I can wear a mask, okay, just to prevent, you know, the spread. So we said, okay, that's one thing. What about acts of kindnesses that people can do while they're in quarantine? And then what about frontline workers? So when we put an email out to the world, to, let's say, you know, at least who we had access to, it was saying we're creating a video to honor humanity and the spirit that we're seeing right now. Here are 3 specific things you can do to take video footage of and then submit it in the next week. We're on a little quite, you know, tight timeline, and we're trying to get this together. Whoever submits, and then we just keep moving and working with the footage we have, and then kind of mold it how we can until Ellie and I feel like, you know, we have something that conveys the message that we feel deeply rooted about, you know. And that's kind of how this one worked out. A few weeks ago, we did another song called Prayer, where we asked people to just pray on their porch or in their home and send us footage. And then we created another video. That was like, I think, early April that we released that as a way to share prayer for the world at that moment, you know? So that's kind of the process.
Yeah, wonderful. And, you know, folks, I had the great opportunity, along with my co-host, Reverend Jeannie Katioka, who is with us today. We did a podcast with Nemo. You can find it at that address. It's called Real Conversations. And we did that about a month or two ago, and it's available today. You can go listen to it. It's on all your favorite podcast platforms. But more importantly, our last YouTube challenge of the day, please do head over to Nemo's YouTube page and give that a like, give that a subscribe. So I'm going to ask you one more thing to share with us, Nemo. You've been a great, from the very beginning, you've pretty much just given away all your music. And all your music, none of it stands alone anymore. It seems they're all a video and music project together. So share with us a little bit how it came that you just gave away all your music.
Yeah, brother, I don't know. It was like a leap of faith that I was questioned by, but at the same time that I believed in it. If I was going to be talking about the message of compassion and kindness and service and oneness, that I couldn't charge for it. Of course, people can support it, but it just didn't feel aligned for me to want to say, hey, here's this message of kindness. Can you give me $5 for that or $10 for that? So I kind of went with the heart and swiped the credit card and said, this is how it's going to be. And brother, let me tell you, this is at least the message I've learned over the past 10 years serving here in the grassroots in India, in the challenged communities, is that when we offer ourselves from a space where we have to know whether it's selfless or not, whether there's no agenda or not, whether the ego is not in it or not, when we offer ourselves from as pure a space possible, the world supports it. And I know from my perspective, I don't need a luxury life, and I feel very blessed with the small apartment I have here and the blessings that I do have, and I feel so joyous. But money isn't the factor here for me specifically, and the world has supported it, and it conspires to support my life in whatever ways it is, and I feel honored to be able to share whatever comes out as a gift, because it's not mine, it's coming through me, and you know, that's just kind of the flow that I feel aligned with. And it's not a good thing. I'm not saying that everybody has to do that. I just feel aligned for myself, and I feel happy. It makes me happy, and I'm connected to that, you know.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to mute your mic, try to eliminate a little of that lag and echo we've got there. Technology, folks, we love it when it works, and we love it even when it creates a little more fun for us in our lives. So, and I just want to echo what Nemo was saying there. It's, for me, when we move into that place of the gifting economy and really, really trust that all our needs are met, deeply we are one, and everything necessary for the fulfillment of your mission, your dreams, your life comes to you as it's necessary, then the hoarding ends, and the sense of greed ends, and the sense of worry over money ends, because we come to a place where we know we are supported, and that flow just keeps happening and happening and happening. So I'll say it again. You know, we know we've got our community that we're gifting to today, but I also invite you to consider drop over onto Nemo's website, Empty Hands Music. Grab yourself some music and leave a tip. Leave something in the jar. Leave something to support such a great creative artist as Nemo, and help him continue to follow his calling and the mission he's here for in the world. So thank you for being with us this evening.
Or just pay it forward, you know, and whatever way serve your neighbors and your loved ones in the community around you, and keep letting let it be. Nobody knows what the left hand is doing, what the right hand is doing, and we're just doing it, you know.
Exactly.
Love you all. Thank you, Rob, for doing what you're doing, brother, for bringing us together and sharing light. Love you guys.
Thank you, sir. You have a good day out there. Oh, well, so there it is, folks. 13 hours, 15 minutes. I could probably keep going. And I would imagine my wife would love for me to come join her around the fire pit. Be telling you, kudos to everybody that's been involved. I see Barbara, the dear Barbara Leger. Dr. Barbara is still with us. Got here early this morning. Has been checking out throughout the day. Thank you for that. There's been a number of you that have been here all day, checking in. Cynthia Hensley, you've been here back and forth all day. Tina, I know I've seen you here a lot today. So many people throughout all of this time. And I saw a question come through a little earlier. I don't know. I don't remember who it said. Wondering how much we've raised today. So I will tell you, we've been in complete clarity and transparency around all this stuff today. So I will tell you, I don't really know. I do know, and that is because we're seeing donations come in through a few different donation streams. We anticipated everybody using that one link. Well, it turns out that people found other ways to donate to us, and it also turns out that sometimes PayPal doesn't exactly tell you right away when a donation's been made. So by my best guesstimates, we are somewhere around $1,500 for the 12 hours that we have raised. As I've been saying all along, a small portion of that is going to stay here with the radio station. We're going to retain 10% just to keep the lights on, keep this moving, be able to bring you more events like this. We're gonna bring a lot of these artists back for mini interviews and mini pop-up concerts, some of them full-length concerts. You heard about Bob Simon next Friday night. Bob and Shannon are doing it. We're going to do a concert with them. So we're going to give somewhere north of $1,000 to our charities: Best Friends Animal Society, Direct Relief, Feeding America, and Safe Place. They're all going to split those proceeds. Again, so between the four of them, the exact accounting will be over $1,000. What I will also promise to do is you can keep an eye out on New Thought Radio on our Facebook page, New Thought Radio, and what I will do is make sure to share an accounting of how all the money was dispersed and all that stuff with you over on that page as well. So, dear ones, it's been a global love day. The day is almost over here in Colorado. We've got a few hours, and it seemed like it went so quickly and just kind of flew by. So for those, Suzanne Baldwin, you've been with us today quite a bit. I've seen you there. There's Jeannie Katioka, my wonderful co-host on the Real Conversations program. Again, Cynthia Hensley with us, Barbara Leger with us. I thank you all for sticking through with this on me, for being a part of this. And really, you're being part of the change. You're being part of the evolution. Just your presence here has made a vast difference in the day. So 13 hours, 17 minutes. I think, oh, look at that. My wife thinks I rock. Thank you, honey. There is a rock your world joke in there somewhere, right, folks? No, I'll refrain from that. I'll be good. So, oh, and it would appear, I'm so sorry, I'm not sure who this is, but somebody's just joining in, which what I trust is you'll get a chance to go back and watch the video. So these replays will be available. The replays will be on Facebook. The first section was 7 hours, and the second part 2 video coming in here somewhere around 6:20 or so. Thank you, Reverend Dr. Barbara. It's been great to have you with us throughout the day as well. Oh, I think I'm getting a big kiss. Oh, look at that. I got a big kiss. See, I did rock her world. Thank you, honey. So I do think, folks, it's about time we wrap this up and call this a good May Day. It's the first annual May Day music marathon, Posse Music Marathon. What I can tell you is I'm going to have to go change those banners right now because I promise you there's going to be a second annual May Day as well. So, all right, I think we're going to start this exactly where we finished it a little over 13 hours ago. I'll be gone when this video is over. So I love you, folks. Peace and blessings. Stay in touch on Facebook. Stay in touch with New Thought Radio. Support your local artists. put some money in their tip jar. We'll leave the donation links open if you want to make a late donation. Help us get up over that $2,000 mark. That'd be great. And be sure to join us next Friday night. Bob Simon, Shannon Plumber, 2 full hours of really great positive music. I love you. Peace and blessings. Until next time. Bye now.